Good morning, guys and ladies and folks and gang. How you doing today? My name is Nick Howell. Thanks for joining me here on the DatacenterDude YouTube channel. Today, we're going to be watching Microsoft Build 2020. I hope everybody out there is doing okay, safe. All your loved ones are well. This is something new that I'm firing up with that I started last fall, where we started watching. We started with Ignite last year, and then we did reInvent, and then we did KubeCon. We've done, what did we do last week? We did the AWS Summit, and we're gonna do more of these all throughout the year. I think we're teed up to do Cisco Live. VMworld is later this year in September. So lots of stuff coming on. These have been a big hit. Lots of people have loved doing these and hanging out. So I encourage you guys to subscribe to the channel here. Make sure you're following everything. And, you know, this is a great way I've found personally to enjoy online conferences. Or if there's even a live conference, it's a great way to enjoy it with friends. That's one of the biggest things that we're missing out on by not being able to travel to trade shows is the opportunity to hang out with people, have conversations outside of the show, go get a beer afterwards or go get a meal afterwards and just hang out and talk about what you saw, what was announced. And that's really what I want these to be, is a place for the community itself of technologists to come together, talk about what they saw, whether it's about developers, DevOps, infrastructure, virtualization, cloud computing, AI/ML, whatever it might be. The thing that we're going to be missing out on the most this year specifically is the ability to have those side conversations, whether it's on the show floor, after a session, after the day of the show, etc. So thank you for joining us, everybody, today. If you'd like to extend these conversations, I'd like to extend an invite over to our Discord that we've recently fired up. And I'm going to throw a link to that in the chat. So make sure you come over and join us there as well, because we have those kinds of conversations, as well as some fun stuff like meme sharing, news stories, live streams, all kinds of good stuff over in the DatacenterDude tech community in Discord. So there's over 150 core technologists all concentrated in one place, and it's growing every day. We have new people arriving every day. So very excited about the growth of that. And just want to make sure that everybody that's watching today has the ability to get out there and see that. It looks like we're about 15 minutes away from the start of build. You guys can see that down in the bottom right here. We're going to kick over once everything fires up. We'll have all of that going. But Hassan, Olivier, Cynthia, thank you for joining us. Say hi in the chat if you're watching, guys, and let me know you're here. I'm anxious to get started, anxious to hear what Microsoft has to say. Specifically, Satya, he always gives a really good keynote. And then Scott Hanselman, of course, always has some amazing demos and presentations as well. So we're going to be here for, I think it's through noon Pacific, 4 Eastern, before they jump off to do the digital breakouts. That's the agenda today, from what I understand, is we're going to start things off here at about, what are we looking at? Right at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. And I think they're going to have a bunch of videos, and then we're going to jump to Satya Nadella, CEO, over on the keynote stage, and we'll see how things go. This is a new thing for a lot of companies this year, where they're having to put on these bigger virtual events in lieu of having their in-person trade shows. So it's one of those things where we're having to learn as we go. Much like these watch parties. I appreciate all of your feedback. We want to learn as we go. What's the best part? What do you like about it? What do you not like about them? What do you want to see more of? Is kind of the feedback that I'm looking for as well. Help me get this thing going on YouTube by liking the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Do a few shares to your social channels. Let people know you're watching, and invite your friends to come and join us as well. Let's make this a good time. Let's make this a party. You'll get some of my commentary and reading of your comments throughout the show today. But yeah, you can follow me at DatacenterDude over on Twitter. You can follow me over on LinkedIn. All kinds of good stuff. Or you can come find us in the Discord, linked in the chat there. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're going to kick some music here for a little bit and wait for these guys to start. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear what you guys are looking forward to Microsoft announcing at Build. Normally, Build is a very software development-focused conference, but I believe we're going to start to see some auxiliary things like AI, ML, a lot of conversation there. We're going to see a lot of things like how they're evolving some of their applications and frameworks. A lot of stuff potentially coming this year. I've heard nothing personally. These are all my own speculations of what's coming, but definitely interested to see what's going on. For those that don't know me, again, my name is Nick Howell. Nice to meet you guys. I am the Global Field CTO for our cloud data services at NetApp, which means it's my job to get the word out of everything that we're doing in the cloud. So we love to talk about Azure NetApp Files, our first-party service that we've co-partnered with Microsoft on to deliver high-performance, high-resiliency NFS and SMB native storage directly to your workloads in Azure. So wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. If you're interested in more of that, you can go to cloud.netapp.com and find out everything you need to know about Azure NetApp Files. Let's see what else here. I'm trying to find the actual agenda really quick. Let's see. Visit my build to see. Oh, it's loud. Ugh. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. 8 a.m. the digital event begins, and then empowering every developer with Satya Nadella is how things are going to start. Looks like about 30 minutes from now. So you got time. If you want to grab a snack, grab some breakfast, quick drink. Got time to do it. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to set this up so that we can do this. And let's kick it over there so you guys can see as well. There's the countdown for the start of Build. I'm assuming they're going to have some videos and a warm-up act of sorts before Satya comes on. This is about 10, 11 minutes till the top of the hour. But on the agenda, it says Satya is not going to start until 20 after. So we've got a little bit of time before we get started here. Find your friends, let them know we're doing this. Invite them in as well. Work colleagues, whoever you might think. But let's have a great time today. We're going to be here all afternoon for the next 4 hours to be here to see what Microsoft presents at MS Build 2020. Be sure if you're tweeting or social sharing anything, the hashtag to use is hashtag MSBuild to make sure that it flows into the stream of information. I'm going to grab a fresh drink real quick. I'm going to leave this on the screen. Don't go anywhere, guys. Countdown is running. But if you got anything you want to do before the show gets started, now's the time. Be right back. Alrighty. What are some of the things you guys are looking forward to hear from Microsoft today, or what would you like to hear? That's the one thing I'll posit to you guys. Let's have a quick chat before the show gets started here in about 7 minutes. What's some of the things that you guys are most looking forward to? 2-minute warning. 2 minutes. When we get down to the last minute here, I'm going to turn my music off and we'll flip the audio on for Microsoft Build, and we'll get started. Hope you guys are pumped. I am. I know I certainly am. But again, make sure you subscribe to the channel here, guys. Like the video. Let's get it up. Let's get the algorithm kicking for us. Let's get some more viewers. And let's watch Microsoft Build together. Have a conversation about it as we go. Satya Nadella, Scott Hanselman, Scott Guthrie, bunch of guests, all kinds of good stuff. It's going to be a good show this morning as we get into Microsoft Build. Again, come join us in Discord. Make sure you've got your link to that. You can see it in the chat right there, or you can do !Discord to find it anytime throughout the show. All right. Yeah, all right. There's the 1 minute warning. So I'm going to cut this on and we'll kill my music. Ooh, that's really loud. Are we going? Here we go. Enjoy, guys. Have fun today. Yay!
Hello, and welcome to Microsoft Build Digital 2020. Are you ready for 48 hours of live content for devs, by devs? Hopefully you're ready, because that's what we're doing. We are so excited to have you with us for this global multi-stream experience. I'm Donna Sarkar.
And I'm Seth Juarez, and we're joining you from Microsoft Production Studios here in Redmond, Washington. We're engaged with social distancing, which actually for you and I, this is normal distancing, at least. Here at the Build Live Desk, we've also got some great hosts joining us remotely as we follow the sun for the next 2 days.
Followed the sun. That's what we call all-nighters now, so it sounds way more sophisticated than all-nighters.
I think I'm going to say I'm following the sun when I'm working all night.
I think that's a good idea.
Let's do that.
So it's going to be a jam-packed 48 hours. We've got in-depth sessions with experts. We'll hear from thought leaders. We'll hear from industry analysts giving their 2 cents. We're going to get your questions answered no matter what and help you connect with the global community.
Absolutely.
Nice.
And you might be asking, how am I going to be able to keep up with all the sessions, key segments, and community fanfare? Well, we've got you covered on this very box outside of it that you're watching now.
So they're going to be living inside the box?
No, we're going to be inside the box.
They're outside the box.
Outside the box.
What's in the box?
You can tell Seth and I have really coordinated this well. Check out the live and upcoming sessions below this live player. So that's where you know what's going on right now and what's coming next. Also, JFYI, if you're seeing the registration button, now's the time to sign in. Because if you don't sign in, you don't get the full My Build experience. All you see is us, and that's about it.
That is correct, and that My Build experience includes access to breakout sessions, interactive panels, and enables you to engage in chat, and will keep you in the know for the metric ton of content we've got for you over the next 48 hours and beyond. And again, I use metric because this is a global audience.
Seth's getting fancy.
I know.
Like, he's getting fancy.
Tell you what, as we mentioned, we've got got a multiple streams happening. Sorry, I've just got to got excited because there's so many streams. Multiple streams happening at once, so feel free to use the session scheduler to plan your own build experience, but do not cross the streams, as my childhood has told me.
What does that even mean?
I know.
Okay, all right.
The older people will get it. I'm telling you. You can access that by clicking the session catalog link on this page or by clicking the link in your registration email. Come and go as you create your own curated experience, talk to the experts you want to connect with, and engage with the community. Pro tip, all the experts will be in one place at the same time. Well,
that's right.
In theory, we'll be all digitally in the same place.
Yes.
At the
but
same
you know how most of the time at Build Conference, you're like, oh, you know, I want to catch that session on this end of the conference center, and then I want to really go to that roundtable thing on that end of the conference center. Therefore, I need to become like Usain Bolt and run from here to there. And
Not
honestly, most of us are not that person.
That's right.
But this time it's like, just switch to the next stream. And you get the experts online. You don't need to go hunt them down. You don't need to get weird outside their window. They're just there for you.
You can get weird outside of this window, but that's about
true.
it.
That's
and the
about
longest walk you'll have is to get the next snack.
This is true. To get, like, we're all a bunch of, you know, hungry, nibbly little beavers here in the studio, and I bet you are too. So fuel up, get your 8th cup of coffee if you're us, or get your snacks, and let's do this.
Let's do it. And we'll be here in the live feed bringing you
Hey,
insights
Jason.
from
Hey,
industry
Kenzo.
analysts, interviews
Welcome.
with tech experts, showcasing some incredible case studies, learnings, and even some fun content just for fun, like AI pinball.
AI pinball, did you make that?
I'm going to win.
No, I'm going to win.
More on that later.
He may know AI, but I know a lot about pinball. I'm definitely going to win. So I can't wait. And as they say, that's not all. We've got even more stuff, okay?
But
Check
wait,
out our community
there's
connections
more.
to explore ways to connect and collaborate with people all over the world. These guided discussions are designed to give you sneak peeks into Microsoft products and the teams behind them. You can work one-on-one with a Microsoft engineer on your own project. You know that weird issue you're stuck on, you can't debug it? This is when you go and grab a Microsoft engineer and say, yo, help me solve this thing. It's a good case study for you, and I get my problem solved, right? Pro tip, tell them that. And then you can also, if you're like Seth and suddenly into yoga, you can level up your health with some guided wellness breaks.
Yeah, in fact, this morning, I did 2 sit-ups.
No, he didn't.
I did, because I hit the snooze. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my dad joke for today.
Wow, that's really bad.
We've got something for everyone, including students. Check out more than 30 lessons on subjects like Minecraft, Make Code, Visual Studio, and more to level up your tech skills in the student zone, or if you're watching in South America, Zona de Estudiantes.
Suddenly Seth is a telenovela star. We don't know why.
I actually was in a former life. Plus, we've got special appearances, including Twitch's InstaFluff and our very own Scott Hanselman. Is that someone you know?
I think he goes to your kid's school.
I think he goes to my daughter's school.
I think he's getting an A.
Yeah, he is.
By the way, if you don't know what InstaFluff is, go to Twitch and look up InstaFluff. InstaFluff is cooler than both of us for sure, and cooler than most people. Because the coding while talking and being entertainment, that's amazing.
Don't give it away.
Okay, sorry.
Interesting that they're bringing in a Twitch
speaking of learning
personality,
new things,
not a mixer.
Let's talk about Microsoft
Like, I don't know,
Learn.
Ninja?
Okay? Microsoft Learn is great.
Shroud?
Because it's like the student zone that never ends. First of all, it's free, so you don't pay obscene college tuition dues, because that's ridiculous. And we're going to be talking a lot about Microsoft Learn throughout the course of the next 48 hours, having a lot of guided sessions. But when this is all over, Microsoft Learn is there for you to go take courses and get certified across the dev universe for whatever you want. Fun fact, so we've got this new way to get started. It's called Microsoft Learn Studios. These are sessions where a dev from our team somewhere walks you through a Learn tutorial. So they help you set up all of the stuff before, like VS Code and Terminal. They help you download the right NuGet packages. And then you walk through the Learn tutorial line by line, walking into any like glitches or gotchas that may get you. And it completes with you being done with the project that you can actually show off. I will be doing, of course, the Power Platform one. I'll be building a custom code control for a Power App using PCF Wednesday night at 2:30 a.m. Pacific time, because I love Microsoft Learn and Power that much.
So get this in my ear. They're like, so what are you doing, Seth?
Wow.
Well,
not doing a Learn tutorial.
I am going to be going to Donna's Learn tutorial at 2:30 in the morning while I'm
not doing that.
Sleeping a little
Yes.
bit.
So remember, these courses and content are updated regularly. The product teams push content to learn pretty much every week, and these are updated quite regularly. So keep your skills sharp, come back over and over. If you have feedback on other things you'd like to see, please send them to us. We're always looking to grow our Learn content.
But this is a great opportunity to connect with all the experts.
That's right.
All right, think your cloud skills are up to the challenge? Again, my head is always sort of in the clouds too. Did that work?
He needs to stop with these dad jokes.
Seth, that's enough with the dad jokes, man. Let's go.
Say if the dad jokes are bad, just
Yes.
let me know.
I know. I expect to see that on the board in about 3 seconds.
Join the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge. I practiced that. Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge. If you're registered, you'll see the link above this player next to the session scheduler. Take courses and complete collections in MS Learn to earn a chance to win prizes while supporting your choice of our 5 amazing charitable partners.
That's right. So did you know? So other fun fact, I guess I'm just doing the fun fact thing.
Fun fact.
Yeah. We've got one very, very smart hamster on our team, not actual hamster, but a person, a cloud advocate. We might have 2 cloud advocates who've taken every single Microsoft Learn tutorial.
No.
Yes. They've taken every single one. And hint, one of them is one of the hosts. It's not us. I think you can, you can tell
it's
it's
pretty
not
clear.
us. Yeah. So figure out if you can tell who it is, and we will tell you the answer at the end of Build. So speaking of these charitable organizations, we've teamed up with 5 charitable organizations: UNICEF, Net Hope, Doctors Without Borders.
Hold on.
Okay.
Médecins Sans Frontières pour tous les francophones qui veulent l'écouter en français. Booyah.
That's actually what it's called. We learned yesterday. So Seth has to show up his lots of language skills.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that off of my
done.
bucket list.
He's done. Put that on your commitments.
Speaking French to dozens of people online.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dozens. French people are like, that's not how you say it. So the other charities are Nature Conservancy and, of course, my personal favorite, Code.org, which brings computer science skills to every classroom in the world. And who doesn't want that? So these charitable organizations are supporting local communities in need by supporting skilling all over the world. So you should head to registerbuildmicrosoft.com to learn more and sign up.
You can also use the hashtag #BuildForGood on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, or whatever the newest social thing is.
Seth is trying to TikTok.
I'm trying to be on TikTok. Am I too old for that?
It's not going to work. No.
Let us know.
Don't do it.
Share your story through video, photos, and posts to showcase your own experiences and see how the development community is responding during these uncertain times. Remember, use the hashtag MSBuild to tell Seth the dad jokes are not good, or to share what you're learning, who you're excited to hear from next, and how you are experiencing this global event. I want to see tech conference pajama pictures or socks.
This is true. We want to see socks. A lot of people who received the MS Build box got a pair of Windows Dev socks, but we know a lot of you have been to Microsoft conferences, and sock paraphernalia seems to be a thing around here, so we'd love to see all of your socks. We do want to engage with you on social. We want to figure out what you're saying and what you're tweeting about and what you're interested in. So we're going to be seeing all of the social media stuff over here on this cool board.
Look at this.
Look at this. Oh, by the way, look at this. There is someone on our team who's really excited. Lisa. Wow. Hi, Lisa. She is excited about coffee, cozy viewing spots.
Oh, I didn't
also
get my pass. Did you guys all download your paper pass?
That's what she told me.
I should have put it on a lanyard and done it.
I'm going to say that.
I fail.
We're going to say that.
True or not. By the way, here's a sock.
Look at this. Sock pictures. Sock pictures. This is good. What else? What else you got?
All right, what else we got? Let's see here. Let's see.
Scroll up.
Oh man, there's they just keep
there's
coming.
There's a lot. Thank you for tweeting at us. This is great.
Wow.
Okay.
Let's see here. By the way, this build kit was fantastic.
Yes.
Oh,
the build kit was super
awesome.
Cool. There's a sketch note.
All right,
How do I click
Here
this?
we go. Here we go.
There's a sketch note.
Here we go.
You see this?
Yes.
Oh, hi Nithya. So she's made this fantastic sketch note, and we've got quite a few people on the Twitterverse who are amazing at sketching. They're good at listening, learning, and sketching at the same time, which is amazing because we can do like one of those at a time badly.
I wonder what will happen when Nithya tries to sketch me. Is her pen gonna break, or like she's gonna?
It'll explode.
It'll explode.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Pens don't explode.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they do. I have a really fun
It went out to the
anecdote
first
about
few
that.
registrations.
Here is
few
another
thousand.
one.
Yeah, I just
Whoa.
registered this morning.
They are ready
I
for
didn't know
all
about it.
48 hours.
They really are, this 5-hour energy situation.
We should have had Larry
Hi,
come
Larry.
over
Yeah.
so we could have put this in our little area
That's
too.
true.
Because that's pretty cool here.
That would have been cool. Okay.
All right. What
Hey,
else?
Jesse,
okay, here is
Jason,
another
everybody,
sock.
thank
This
you very
is
much for
Sarah.
joining us.
She's fantastic,
Welcome aboard.
by the way.
She's got her socks. We're going to hear from her, by the way, in the student zone.
That's right.
Yeah.
She is in the student zone.
We're going to hear from her. Hi,
Okay.
Sarah.
By the way, here again.
Oh, here's Scott Ledwig. Hi, Scott. I'm so sorry not to be seeing you in Orlando right now, but it's so good seeing you online.
Ready to take a
Yes.
peek and see what the devs get up to at MS Build. By the way,
Trouble.
make sure you use the hashtag MS Build because we want to see all of this stuff. One of the things that I think maybe is lost with a all digital event is the interaction.
Yes.
And we want you to interact with us. Anyway, we want you to interact with the speakers. That's why we want you to register. Well, we want you to interact. I think that's the important bit. And so, all right, let's go back. Let's see what
Yes.
else we got. Let me scroll up here.
Here's Richard, our MVP, saying hi.
Where? I missed it.
Right here. Here's Richard Hay right here.
Oh, hey.
Longtime MVP, huge supporter of the community. Hi, Richard. Thank you for tuning in.
I love that there were unboxing videos of
Yes.
our swag, right?
Yes, I forgot to do that. I just took mine out and put them on.
Whoa, look at this.
Oh, yeah. Cassie's setup is sweet.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh.
Holy smokes.
Oh, Cassie. I love the colors, too.
By the way, do we all know Cassie's also doing a Power Platform Microsoft Learn Studio session? So Cassie has an amazing story. She actually went from being a citizen dev to a pro dev. So she's going to be telling her story and walking us through a
It's
Learn
a
tutorial
puppy.
for PCF controls.
Oh, I don't know if you know this, but I was at a conference and she walked up to me after like a machine learning talk and
Yes.
she was all like, hey.
I like machine learning.
Hey,
Yeah.
can you tell me about how to fix I don't remember what it was. The question was so good. I was like, you've got to be, this is amazing. You're
I'm
so
pretty
smart.
sure she came up to Seth and said, here's how you fix this issue you're having in your ML
She
model.
probably did. Oh,
Pretty sure that's exactly what
I have to, there's Corey
Yes.
Corey
Imagine Cup.
Sanders.
Imagine Cup.
Corey Sanders is a hoot. And this was me this
there's
morning.
A dancing baby. Yep. That was actually Seth this morning. Hi,
Okay.
Richard Hay.
And then here is another, this is one of my amazing colleagues, Amy Boyd.
Also one of our hosts. So one of
That
our
is right.
UK hosts. So you'll be
So,
seeing her later.
From the UK when you're over there.
And here's Louise Fries, one of our MVPs and
Where?
right here
Oh,
with
oh.
the ice cream. So Louise is, by the way, she is a citizen dev, a pro dev, a sketchnote artist, and hilarious on social media. A constant state of learning. Hi, Louise. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're sketchnoting our ridiculous banter because, you know, it's really useful.
That is right. That is right. I
Yes.
think I need to press F11. I broke something.
He broke it. He
I
broke the
broke
screen.
it.
He broke
That's
the
okay. I
screen.
did want to show everyone.
probably
That's actually not.
fine.
That's a good
me.
point, Jesse.
Yes.
I would totally
Of
have paid
course.
for a swag box as well,
This
like
is me,
50
by the
bucks or
way,
something to donate
if you're
to
wondering.
the
That is
event.
also
That was
Seth.
me this morning.
Missed opportunity,
So,
I'd say.
So exciting. Okay.
That looks
so,
just like me. I fixed it.
So Seth, do you remember when we went to Kenya to that Next Tech conference? the
Oh my
Dev
gosh.
conference?
That was probably one of the greatest trips of my life. And I've been to some places.
Yes. So I think that's where we met, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was.
So about, Seth reminded me, it was what, 3 years ago?
Yeah,
we
it was
went?
3 years
Yeah.
ago.
So 3 years ago, we had this dev conference in Kenya where we took the best of the build content, took it and presented in Kenya. And we had a lot of people attend. A lot of people say, this is interesting, please do it again. And of course, all of this chaos got in the way. But we would like to bring back the concept of Next Tech, but ongoing. So we would like to extend a special welcome to all of the devs who are joining us from Africa. Thank you so much for joining us. This year, we want to engage with you so much better through a series of virtual events. So through the month of July, August, September, October, etc., we're going to do a series of virtual events focused around Power Platform and Azure M365. And once you fully tell us which of this is important, which is necessary, what is relevant.
You could have
in your
even done that for
jobs, we would love
free
to do
with the
a series
sponsors.
of live events
Just
throughout the
have them
continent
put all
to
their
celebrate
swag in
both
a
our Africa
box.
Dev Centers
Make
that
kits.
we've got in
Ship
Lagos
them
and
out.
Nairobi, as well as our data centers in South Africa. So if you'd like to stay in the loop on that, please sign up for the Power Africa Tech Community. It's a brand new tech community just launched this week. You can sign up for it at aka.ms power-africa-sign-up. So
That's really
hopefully
cool.
we'll see you online. So that's not all. We've got something else to look forward to. Scott Guthrie, the man with the plan, the keeper of the red polo, is going to host a key segment tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Write that down, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time.
That's right.
Write it down. He loves questions from the audience. He absolutely loves that. So get your questions ready and submit them through that link in your registration welcome email. So find that welcome email. So get the registration mail, click, and then submit your questions.
All right. Well, finally, because everyone needs a break, we've got some great social time in our lineup. Meet your peers, celebrate the community through things like our first ever Microsoft Build Film Festival. That's right. We're kicking things off with a message from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella all about the future of software development. Speaking of the future, we've got a special presentation that showcases some of the brightest minds of tomorrow. The Imagine Cup 20 World Champions premier student innovation competition will crown their 2020 world champions. You're not going to want to miss. These student innovators will round out the hour with a spirited round table featuring our very own Scott Hanselman at the helm, who again goes to my daughter's school.
So this is like a dev cage match. Where
that is correct.
So it's a bunch of squirrels and kittens.
I love how Seth and
fighting
Scott
in
keep going at
I
each
guess,
other.
That's
would
right.
say. Yeah.
He
It's
will
hilarious.
be bringing his squittens to talk
Yeah,
through
film
the Modern
festival, you
Developer
have my attention.
Toolkit with GitHub, Visual Studio, Windows, and much, much more.
So I know an online dev squid and cage match is not exactly the build we were expecting, but this is what we've got. We know this build usually happens in person. We know we're usually late for sessions because we're running from that end to the conference center to that end. We've all had to make some unexpected adjustments. So we like to call them unexpected adjustments rather than weird flex. And many of you are juggling right now homeschooling with working from home and all of this chaos that goes on in your house. We are right there with you. We see you, we feel you, and we want to share how our own team is handling things. Have a look.
So I think we just need to think through some of the logistics there.
We're trying to get them to let us know so we can plan.
Go out to
It's not working too.
90% of the calls. Ellis thinks that she's also part of the call.
Starting next week.
Hey guys,
I'm so exhausted.
this is modern parenting.
That's an amazing video, but now, without much further ado, the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, is going to start right now.
Now, are they going to kick over to it? I hope, or do I have to start a different video?
Felt pretty good about that.
Let's feel these.
Try it again.
Foster here.
So it's all about learning, connecting.
The motion should be more kinetic and fluid.
Yep, we got it.
All right.
Yay!
Good morning and welcome to Build. We're living through extraordinary times. I want to first extend my deepest sympathies to all who have been impacted by COVID-19 and deep gratitude to everyone working so tirelessly to get us through this crisis. While it's hard not to be together in person, I'm comforted by this community being gathered here virtually. Build is one of my favorite events of the year. I've always said this, I've marked each year of my own life at Microsoft through our developer events, and many of my fondest memories are from Build, and before that, Mix and PDC. While this year feels different, coming together as a community is more important than ever. There are tens and thousands of you tuned in from dozens of countries around the world. It's fantastic to see. Our industry has been called upon to help address the world's most acute needs through this crisis. And I'm proud of how all of you have raised the game and been there when the world needed you the most, serving as those digital first responders to the first responders out there for whom we're very thankful. And for me, that's been a point of light amidst this crisis, seeing developers come together with those on the front lines. At Johns Hopkins University, epidemiologists and software developers created that canonical dashboard to track the spread of COVID-19. Adaptive Biotechnologies is using the cloud compute and AI to decode the immune system's response to the virus. In the United Kingdom, a cross-section of manufacturers adjusted their production lines to build ventilators for the NHS, using mixed reality to guide workers through the process. The NBA is using the power of the cloud and Xbox to engage fans and maintain the joy of the game. Role of developers is more important than ever. Already, we've seen, something like 2 years worth of digital transformation in just 2 months. And we've seen how critical digital technology is in the 3 phases of this crisis, from emergency response to the recovery phase to the reimagining the world going forward. Every organization will increasingly need the ability at a moment's notice to remote everything from manufacturing to sales to customer support. They will also need the ability to simulate anything from how the immune system responds to a virus to how a fault in a wind turbine can impact our power supply. And they will need to be able to automate everywhere to enable faster, more agile response, from triage in healthcare to the maintenance in smart buildings to curbside pickup in retail. I think that this opportunity is what grounds us in our mission at Microsoft to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. And it starts by empowering you, the developers. Our platforms and tools are your building blocks in this era of the intelligent cloud and the intelligent edge. And our commitment to trust and security is at the core of all that we do and build. Over the next couple of days, you're going to hear about this new opportunity across the entire tech stack. And I want to give you a bit of a thumbnail for it. Let's start with professional developers. GitHub is the home for developers. It's where developers build software together. 50 million developers use GitHub, and they're more active than ever. And Visual Studio Code is the most popular code editor. In the past 2 months, we've seen increased developer activity, multiple measures here: pull requests, pushes, collaboration. The adoption of CI/CD with GitHub Actions to drive both quality and agility. So critical at a time of crisis. And we're going further to give you new tools to power remote development productivity wherever you are. We're building the most complete tool chain for developers, bringing together the best of GitHub, Visual Studio, and Azure to help you to go from idea to code and code to cloud. You already see this in action, right? CodeSpaces is a great example. It's coming to GitHub, allowing developers to quickly provision a dev box in the cloud, pre-installed with Visual Studio Code and fully configured for your dev stack. You can work from any device, just even the web browser, and be up and running, right, with your right Python runtime, package managers, libraries, environment variables, config settings, faster, easier than you can ever imagine. A developer can review a pull request with GitHub Actions, kick off a build, check on quality, security checks, and then view even the app live in Azure. With WSL2, Windows is the best developer environment for building apps, even for Linux. With support for graphical interfaces, applications, and access to the GPU, Linux apps now run alongside Win32 as first class. So it's great to see the progress. The other area that I'm very excited about, and for the first time we're going to talk about this at a developer conference as another member of the tool chain, is Power Platform. There are 3.5 million people using Power Platform today to create applications, bots, workflows, dashboards. And Power Platform is a tool for end users to build low-code, no-code applications and customize and extend Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365. But one of the most exciting things is how it's also a rapid application development tool for pro devs. Right? ISVs can expose their applications through Power Platform connectors, and pro devs can do the same, using this as an extensibility framework so that citizen developers can amplify their work. And we've seen tremendous momentum. During the month of March, we saw a 50% increase in first-time Power Apps users.
I wonder
and
why.
This year, we've seen a 70% increase in professional developers and 70,000 organizations starting to use Power Apps. From New York to Washington, states are using Power Platform to inform citizens, providing these self-screening tools, tracking critical resources and supplies. And you'll hear more about the advances in Power Platform broadly, but there are two in particular I want to call out. First is how we're bringing RPA, or robotic process automation, connectivity to legacy apps and services with our acquisition of SoftMotive. And the second, how we're adding new professional developer extensibility to Power Virtual Agents, which is really getting used extensively even through this COVID crisis. The next building block I want to talk about is that distributed infrastructure, the fabric that every developer needs for their applications. Today, over 95% of the Fortune 500 use Azure. And now more than ever, organizations in every industry are relying on Azure to support their critical workloads, from healthcare triage with AI-assisted bots, to digital twins in manufacturing, to e-commerce and retail. This infrastructure enables you to remote, simulate, and automate any activity. Right? We're building Azure as the world's computer. We have 61 data center regions, more than any other cloud provider. And we are the only cloud that extends to the edge with all the flexibility you need, from Azure Edge Zones for 5G to Azure Sphere for secure IoT. Over the next 2 days, you'll see how we're innovating at every layer, from edge to hybrid to data and AI. We've always led with hybrid computing. Azure Arc is the first control plane built for a multi-cloud, multi-edge world. And today, we're taking it further with Azure Arc enabled for Kubernetes. And at the data layer, Azure is the first cloud with limitless data and analytics capabilities that can deliver a cloud-native data estate for every organization. We literally rebuilt and reimagined the cloud data estate using the new memory hierarchy of the cloud. And today, you'll see Azure Synapse Link, a new architecture that helps developers do live analytics on real-time transactional data, right? Bringing Cosmos DB and Synapse together is just, I think, going to be a pattern that we're going to see increasingly. In AI, we have the most comprehensive portfolio of tools, frameworks, and infrastructure. You'll hear about updates to Azure Cognitive Services for speech, the bot framework, from Project Bonsai, which brings intelligence to physical systems. We will also have new capabilities in Azure Machine Learning to better understand the interpretability of models, protect using differential privacy, control, and the auditability of data as well as models, right? This is all very critical for building responsible AI. And finally, we'll share the progress with the world's first AI supercomputer in the cloud. This is something that we started last build, and we've made tremendous progress. Everything from the infrastructure to large-scale multimodal models acting as platforms themselves that other developers can use. Moving to Microsoft 365, we are building the world's productivity cloud as a people-centric, multi-device, multi-sense experience. We've seen tremendous scale and intensity of usage with Microsoft 365. There are over 75 million daily active users of Teams and 1 billion monthly active devices running Windows 10 today. And moreover, we've seen 75% increase in the minutes spent on Windows 10 in a month. This translates to a rich opportunity for developers to create both new applications and extend the reach of their existing applications. Let's start with Teams, a rich scaffolding for your apps. Every time someone uses Teams, before a meeting, during a meeting, after a meeting, in our case, it's driving the intensity of all of the Office applications. And the same is true for every application of yours. In fact, the number of organizations integrating third-party line of business apps with Teams has tripled in the past couple of months. And we're taking this to the next level. With Teams and the Fluid framework, you can build Teams apps with new collaborative canvas, right? Collaboration now is first class in any application you build. With Teams and Power Platform, you can build and embed powerful apps, bots, workflows, dashboards for business process. With one click, add to Teams experience. I think this is going to completely change how Frontline in particular uses Teams. And with Teams and Visual Studio, professional developers have the ability to now have integrated workflows to build apps in Teams. And now to Windows. right? At Build, Windows has always
I didn't know
been
you
the
could
most
do all that.
important platform for us. And we are seeing more developers across a variety of frameworks use Windows as their dev box. And now we're unifying the Windows platform, allowing for seamless integration across both Win32 and UWP APIs using Project Reunion. It's an exciting announcement. And, I'm looking forward to what you as developers can do with Project Reunion. And with Windows Virtual Desktop, you can now stream your apps built for the Windows 10 install base beyond the 1 billion Windows 10 install base because of streaming and its reach. This is just a snapshot of what we will share with you over the next 48 hours. These are your tools, your platforms to build the world we all want to live in. We are at an inflection point. As developers, you have that opportunity as well as a responsibility to define what should be rebuilt, what should be reimagined, and what should be left behind. And we are already seeing developers have this impact. Folding at Home is an amazing project. It's a distributed computing project that harnesses the collective power of millions of volunteers to aid COVID-19 research efforts. Let's take a look.
When I was 8 years old, I had the unfortunate experience of losing most of my vision due to macular degeneration. One of the things that drew me to studying protein dynamics is that it's something that nobody can see. That really levels the playing field for me. If we can understand how proteins fold, then we should also be able to understand how they misfold in Alzheimer's disease or how they malfunction in cancer. Folding at Home is basically a big computer cluster where people around the world volunteer to run simulations for us and send the data back to our servers. We can take problems that would have taken 500 years to complete on a single desktop and start solving them within a matter of 6 months.
It feels amazing that an ordinary person like me can help experts hopefully cure illnesses that are uncurable today.
With the current immediacy of the pandemic, we've brought the whole thing to bear on COVID-19. So over the last 2 months, we've gone from having around 30,000 to 4 million devices running Folding at Home. Microsoft has been partnering with us as we scale up in such a short period of time. GitHub started running our client on some of their hardware, and we're making use of Azure resources to run some of the large simulations. We've already uncovered a couple of these novel binding sites from the virus and are starting to delve into the structural details that provide new means to target these proteins.
Welcome, Greg. It's great to talk to you on Teams. It's really inspirational to see the progress you have made in such a short time. It's really remarkable. Maybe you can start by telling us more about the technology behind Folding at Home.
So Folding at Home is a distributed computing project for understanding all the moving parts of proteins and how we can control them. The basic idea behind the technology is to build what is essentially a map of the different structures that a protein can adopt as it goes about its function and has all of these moving parts. And so we've called out on the internet for citizen scientists around the world to contribute their computing power to running simulations of how all the atoms in a protein move over time. And on the server side, we collect all that data and build up these maps and identify the interesting features like new therapeutic targets.
Right, so this is where you're going to start using more some of the Azure and GitHub. From what I understand, you're going to even use that to sort of go to the next phase of this.
Exactly. So Azure has been huge. So we've got these active learning algorithms that let us focus our compute resources on the structures that are most useful to us running on Azure. And along with that, running servers that let us collect all that data and productively engage with all of our volunteers. We have a real opportunity to impact COVID-19, but this is also a general platform that we can bring to bear on Alzheimer's disease and antibiotic resistance and cancer and a long list of other things. So I'm excited about the engagement we're getting.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear, Greg. And how can people get involved in your project?
Yeah, there's a wide variety of ways. So the first thing is to go to foldingathome.org/start-folding, and you can download our software and start contributing your personal computing power. But if you want to get more involved, there are a variety of ways. So we have a huge need for developers right now, and to help build out this platform and scale it in response to all the interest that COVID-19 has generated and the opportunity we have to make a difference.
Yeah, no, tremendous. Thank you so much, Greg. It's such a great example of how you and a small group of developers and scientists working together can make such a big difference. So thank you for sharing your story, and good luck going forward. And we love to be, involved deeply with you.
Thank you. I'm excited and look forward to it.
It's incredible how a small group of developers and scientists working together can make such a huge difference. And reflecting on this power of community, music has always been a unifying force in connecting us. And it's inspiring to see musicians and developers at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music working together to teach and perform virtually. Let's take a look.
I picked up violin when I was 3. What really got me practicing was the idea that, I get to go perform, I get to go connect with an audience.
Before COVID came along, San Francisco Conservatory of Music was teaching in person for over 100 years.
So we were given a task of putting all of our classes and performances online in a matter of weeks.
We teamed up with Magix in the Vegas Stream software to achieve this mission. It allows us to bring Microsoft Teams video calls into the software. You can take data that's in our organization, pull it into Vegas Stream, and create your titles, polling, chat messages, and then broadcast this out to the world.
A classical musician, we love the in-person interaction and the feeling of the audience. I've been using Teams to connect with my audience, who I can't see in person. It's really amazing to look at a screen and see all the faces.
Even though it's been a challenging time, I think it's a really exciting time in seeing how education is going to be changed for the better.
Cool. Love that.
Welcome, Ali and Todor. I've learned how teaching and performing music virtually is a huge challenge. Ali, maybe we can start with you. How are you currently using technology to address this issue?
So when my calendar first kind of evaporated, I started doing live stream performances. And I realized pretty quickly that something was missing. I realized that the thrill of performing for me is not being seen, but seeing my audience. And so the beauty of Teams in performing is that I can look out and see in these windows the reaction and the collaborative effort I make with my audience.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And so, Tudor, why did you choose to build this app, and what was that inspiration? And obviously, you chose to integrate it with Teams, and Ali already talked a little bit about why that is the case, but maybe you want to share a little bit from your perspective what those choices, design centers were all about?
Well, I'll start with something she just said. Inspiration is to enable people like her, to enable people to effectively communicate through video. So it's very exciting that this has come together. When we talk about Teams and Microsoft 365 offers a very rich source of highly useful, relevant information, everything from spreadsheets, notes, who's on my team, what's being said on chat, what kind of reactions do people have. And then the Microsoft Graph APIs give us a quick, intelligent access to this data so that people like Ali can then communicate effectively. But it's really exciting when you combine that with the power of Teams, which is the core communication infrastructure in Microsoft, so that you're able to effectively bring together this kind of communication that she needs to be able to do.
No, I think that beautifully captures it, because it's not just the one team session. It's what happens before the session, after the session, and all of it being constructed together. Yep. And maybe, Ali, how has this benefited you as a performer? Has this new medium of instruction, performance changed how you approach it?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of this new frontier of performing to any place in the world now. It's opened up opportunities that I wouldn't have thought of usually as somebody who performs mostly in person. Suddenly I'm using the medium of video and live streaming performance in in ways that I never even considered possible before.
No, that's tremendous. Thanks so much, Ali and Tudor, for what you're doing and inspiring us to think about this new medium in new ways. Thank you so much and have a fantastic build. I'm looking forward to watching alongside you.
That was it? Okay.
And the winner of the 2019
A year ago, when we wrapped the Imagine Cup World Championship and started planning for this year, none of us expected it to take the shape it has. But times have changed, and the world has changed.
It's kind of like a reality check of, wow, this is happening. It's real and it's happening here.
This year's competition may be a virtual experience, but
I'm going to turn this down a little bit, guys, so that I can wrap with you. So big things that I took away from that. 95% of the Fortune 500 using Azure. Azure Arc now enabled for Kubernetes. That's top of mind for me. Microsoft Teams has seen 3 times the integration from third-party apps in the last 2 months. It's tripled. So I had no idea Teams had that level of extensibility, first of all. I loved the line, the mission that Satya said to developers. You're in charge of what you should build, what you should improve, and what you should leave behind. I think that is not to be understated, how important the role of the developer is in making that decision. Sociological decisions, technological improvements, there is plenty you can leave behind. Folding at home up to 4 million contributors. Wow. It makes me want to go turn my dead AMD rig back on over here that I haven't used in 6 months.
I am Kate Yeager, and he's my co-host, Corey Sanders. He's also the corporate
also, Vegas Stream by New Blue. I've never heard of that. I know Sony Vegas, the editing NLE editor software. But I had never heard of Vegas Stream. With integration like that, I need to go look it up. All right, let's go back to the show.
A new sense of inspiration to innovate even more for the good of all. At Microsoft, we take great pride in our mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And never has this quest felt more important than it does today.
And I'm
That's
totally
why we're
not
so
reading from
proud
a
to
script.
Continue to host the Imagine Cup, which helps student developers achieve their dreams of making a positive impact. What started as thousands of teams competing has been narrowed down to the 6 finalists you'll meet today. Whether it's much needed solutions for mental health, groundbreaking use of AI in agriculture, or a new tool in the fight against misinformation online, all the teams came to the table with ideas worth celebrating. I know I'm excited to see how this all unfolds and who takes home the championship.
And whoever that is will have earned their place at the top, having outlasted thousands of teams from more than 170 countries. Impressive to say the least. And here they are, the finalists for this year's Imagine Cup World Championship, the winners of their regional competitions, all with varying experiences and motivation that led them here.
Tremor Vision started off as just a hackathon project 6 months ago, and how far we've come in the Imagine Cup is really an honor.
The Imagine Cup journey has been challenging, but so is everything else that is worth doing.
Our inspiration is people who have lost their voice due to cancer.
One of our teammates has a relative who's dealing with Alzheimer's disease, and we wondered why today's technology doesn't really offer as much as it should be for a disease as dangerous as this one.
I actually lost one of my close friends to suicide. I wasn't sure why the current solutions don't really solve the problems well.
The fact that we can't work on refining our hardware because of the COVID-19 quarantine stuff is kind of bugging us.
Not being able to present in person is definitely
has been a factor.
So we're trying to look at it as an opportunity. We never really had this much time just to sit at home and do stuff and to work.
The first World Finals team for the 2020 regional final is Team Red Walls from Tunisia, the Knights from Kenya, Detector for the United States, Tremor Vision in the United States, Team Hollow from Hong Kong, from Japan.
Winning the Imagine Cup would be a life-changing moment for me. I mean, holding the flag of my country up would be a huge honor for me and my team.
Winning this Imagine Cup will tell the Africans and the rest of the world that we actually have the capabilities of doing great things.
The journey has been fun. If I might add, hella fun.
Well, I'm excited to see what our finalists have to share and thrilled to introduce the panel of esteemed judges they'll be presenting to.
They've competed in over 50 different tech competitions and hackathons around the globe and are currently part of the Intel Software Innovators Program. Joining us from Los Angeles, please welcome sisters Penelope and America Lopez, aka the Cybercode Twins. Next, she innovated her way through the likes of IBM and MasterCard before taking over as the CEO of Reboot Representation, where she focuses on the improvement of underrepresented women graduating with computing degrees. From New York City, welcome Duana Franklin Davis. And he's well known for his efforts in protecting customer privacy and being the driving force in Microsoft's pledge to being carbon negative by 2030. Please welcome the president of Microsoft, Brad Smith.
Let's find out what you're most excited about for this year's Imagine Cup. Duana, let's start with you.
I am so excited. There are so many amazing teams. Congratulations to all of you for making it this far in the competition. Innovation for good. So all of the efforts that you guys have worked on so far are going to make such a difference. And I just can't wait to see how you guys are going to bring it.
Cybercode Twins, Penelope and America, what are you most looking forward to?
I gotta look at this like a hackathon that's on a marathon, and we're so excited to see the students rising up to make an impact.
Cybercode Twins, activate!
Is needed most. Yeah, so very excited to see all your guys' projects.
Cybercode Twins, I love your energy. Brad, what are you hoping to see today from these young developers?
Well, I'm really excited to see what you all have created, the innovation. I think it's a special day. This is literally an opportunity to see people and creations that connect the world. I wish we were in the same room together, but it's pretty amazing to all be connected together this way.
Well, it's time to get our game on. Here's a look at how the competition will play out.
Lightning round. Our 6 finalists will each have 1 minute to impress our judges beyond what they already know of the projects. From there, each judge will pick one solution they want to hear more about, and those 3 teams will advance to give in-depth presentations. The final votes will be tallied based on their use of technology, consideration of diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as innovation, concept, and feasibility. And the world champion will take home $100,000 in cash, $50,000 in Azure grants, and to top it all off, a mentoring session with the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella.
Team Hollow, your time begins now.
Our app monitors your general lifestyle habits that affect your well-being, whilst connecting it to therapists and NGOs automatically. Whilst using Microsoft Azure, we're tracking stress, sleep quality, and emotions. So join Hollow and our professionals on our mission to make mental health care smart and accessible.
Every 3 seconds, someone in our world is affected by Alzheimer's. That is why we created I Remember, a first-of-its-kind mobile solution designed for the well-being of both the patients and their caregivers. Today, I Remember is a solution for our parents, but tomorrow it could be for us.
Fake videos called deepfakes are becoming increasingly easy to generate with AI. The rapid growth of this problem was what motivated us to create Detector. Built from the ground up with Azure Cloud Services, Detector is the first and only website with an easy-to-use user interface for journalists to easily validate video content. Detector, using AI to fight AI.
We present to you the Weeding Bot. Powered by artificial intelligence, it is an autonomous mobile robot that makes weeding safe by being herbicide-free, economical, efficient, and it is simple to use. The reading bot will solve agriculture's biggest problem, one robot at a time.
We made Syrinx, a hands-free wearable device run on Azure, to generate these vibration patterns from voice recordings. Syrinx enables you to sound like yourself again.
10 million worldwide are affected by Parkinson's disease. Although there's no cure, treatments can manage symptoms, but are most effective when Parkinson's is detected early.
Syrinx looks really cool.
That's why we built Tremor Vision, a web-based platform supported by Azure Cognitive Services that empowers you with reliable means of detecting early onset Parkinson's. Tremor Vision, giving you a head start in your fight against Parkinson's.
Nice work, everybody.
I vote
Judges,
Syrinx.
it's up to you. Duana, let's start with you. Who do you want to know more about and why?
The team that I think I want to hear more solutions about would be Team Tremor Vision. It's something that impacts my mom directly. I want to hear more about how your solution will help impact that.
Identical twins, America and Penelope. While there are technically two of you, today you are operating as a set and have one combined vote. Which of the 5 remaining finalists are going to be moving on, and what was it about their solution that caught your attention?
We're always in need of more medical innovation. We're happy to choose. Moving forward will be Syrinx. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Syrinx, yes.
I'm sorry. So excited to hear more.
Brad, who will be the last team advancing?
I'm in the unenviable position of disappointing 3 groups and exciting 1, but I'd like to hear more about Hollow. I was really excited by the way you've worked with 2 NGOs that appear to be real professionals in the mental health space. So I'm interested in learning more.
What an exciting beginning to this year's Imagine Cup. So a huge congratulations to Team Hollow, Team Syrinx, as well as, of course, Team Tremor Vision for advancing to the next stage. Well done, everyone. And to the other teams, a huge thank you for sharing your inspiring solutions. They truly inspired all of us here and around the world. Corey, we are down to 3 teams who are ready to rumble and show Brad, Duana, America, and Penelope what they've got. Team Hollow, you're up first. Here's a quick look at how they prepared for this moment.
Unlike other mood tracking apps, we're innovating beyond the self-reports, which may be inconsistent and biased. With the help of
Let's go Hollow! Your slides are absolutely beautiful, but at a 3-minute presentation, they're way too much.
Trim it down significantly to just like the high-level core pieces.
Could you give just a little bit more of like the technology behind it?
Wow, what a difference a week makes.
It's unique and it can really impact lives.
Woo! Come on, Piyush, let's do this.
Well, let's see how that practice pays off for them. Team Hollow, your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Cameron, this is Piyush, and we're Hollow. 500 million worldwide have mental illness, but everyone has mental health needs. And with millions of kids around the world, like my friend Mark, that could potentially take their lives, and especially under isolation with COVID-19, current solutions aren't sufficient. And we utilize services from Azure to help us achieve the detection and data handling process. We provide you with an early intervention tool, understanding your condition on our simple dashboard, suggesting what may be affecting your mental health to an accuracy of 86%. Your therapy path is actually automatically adjusted through AI, depending on how intense or serious your symptoms may be. This model is actually trained by the professionals that we work with and improves over time using the big data that we have access to. Checking our models with trained counselors and psychologists at University of Hong Kong, whilst having the privacy in mind and not as an afterthought, or complying with a lot of international privacy ordinances. So for our proof of concept, we got support from Hong Kong's Entrepreneurship Hub and gained some user interaction with over 300 users from our 2 partner mental health NGOs. And we'll actually be charging these NGOs as a software as a service for $99 per month per staff, giving them access to a web app platform. And in the future, we're looking at scaling through multiple verticals, powered by Azure, equipped with comprehensive behavioral tracking and AI personalized therapy paths, whilst remaining 100% accessible without needing wearables, and in collaboration with NGOs and therapists, we give you Hollow. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Team Syrinx, and here's a look at their work leading up to today's championship.
Voice loss is not uncommon. Approximately 300,000 people lose their voice every year around the world.
I think maybe a little bit more specifics in your presentation would be helpful just to head off any questions.
What can I actually do with the software? What does that part look like?
I don't think you need a lot of additional background to explain it, and then go straight to your solution.
We can show the people around the world who have lost their voice that they don't have to endure it anymore.
Let's go Syrinx.
I'm excited to see the results of all that hard work. Team Syrinx, your time begins now.
His name is Takashi. He lost his voice due to throat cancer. He has to use his one hand when he's talking. First, please listen to his voice. Voice loss is not uncommon. About 300,000 people lose their voice every year, in part due to cancer. Syrinx vibrates your throat to create a sound that becomes speech when filtered through your mouth. We are using Microsoft Azure to process and store your voice data. First, you upload your past voice to our platform. Then, our web application automatically runs voice processing tools to generate these particular vibration patterns from voice recordings. We were first to succeed in bringing these vibration patterns to the market that sound this natural.
Right now, we're conducting beta tests with our domestic users from NGO to make it easier to use. Our business model is similar to that of a hearing aid. We are planning to hook up with healthcare providers so that doctors can introduce our device to their patients right after their treatments. We hope to make a positive impact on the world by showing that speech is a right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, wrapping up the competition is Team Tremor Vision. Let's watch their journey to the championship.
Current means of diagnosing Parkinson's and tracking disease progression are subjective and inaccessible.
I'm curious what kind of testing you've done to kind of substantiate that claim.
I would really focus on what's the problem, here's our solution, and here's how it meets.
Overall, it was much better than last week's.
We are bringing modern tools to old techniques to revolutionize the way Parkinson's disease is tracked and understood.
All right, guys, let's get it.
We got this, let's go.
Bump it.
Okay, Team Tremor Vision, let's finish strong. The clock starts now.
Parkinson's disease, or PD, is the second most common neurodegenerative disease currently affecting 10 million worldwide. Although there is no cure, treatment can be effective if PD is caught early enough. A universal clinical test to detect PD tremors is known as the spiral test. However, these results are qualitative and are unable to quantify progress. That's why we built Tremor Vision. Things like messages from doctors, progress graphs, and spiral tests to take are displayed here. Our test returns a percentage of similarity to either healthy or PD spirals. Using Azure Custom Vision, we trained a machine learning model to classify spirals using physician-annotated images, storing results and analysis using Azure's FHIR API with HIPAA-compliant schemas. The data collected enables researchers and physicians to gain new insights on the global burden of this mysterious disease. In the near future, we will expand our test suite and increase accessibility to our platform with additional language features and biometric authentication. Partnering with an EHR provider will enable access to Tremor Vision through hospitals and clinics based on a subscription plan. By innovating the way chronic illness is managed remotely, our platform modernizes the way we understand, detect, and track Parkinson's disease. Thank you.
Judges, you
$1
now have an opportunity to ask the
a
team's
month.
questions. Dewana, let's start with you. What would you like to ask Team Hollow?
I'm curious how the app is able to adjust to the possibility of new normals for an individual.
The behaviors that we're tracking over time can actually be monitored as their normal. So each normal gets classified to that individual compared to the larger trends.
So it sort of is like an anomaly detection, which can really figure out what's happening here.
Got it.
Thank you, Dewana.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brad, over to you to ask Team Syrinx a question.
How does your solution compare to what you would regard as the best available tool on the market today?
There's a conventional device that is used to produce voice in
voice
the
box.
American market and in
The
also in the
tracheotomies.
Japanese market. but those devices only generates simple waveforms. On our device, we use voice processing tools to make a more complicated vibration pattern right from the voice recording. That changed the voice tone dramatically.
Okay, America, Penelope, what would you like to ask Team Tremor Vision?
Your research on the standards of assessing the spiral drawings on graphical tablets, like a Wacom tablet, or either with a mouse. I mean, does it matter that they hold the pen, or is it enough that they do it with their finger?
There have been a lot of research with tapping into the pen, like data of angle, pressure, speed, and whatnot. But we thought that if we only focused on the tablet community, it wouldn't be accessible to pretty much the larger Parkinson community.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes the competition. Thank you so much to our teams. Now, judges will now cast their vote for the winner based on the judging criteria. Now, before we crown our champion, we want to take a minute to share some news.
It's all pre-recorded, Greg.
Here, Corey.
Thanks, Kate. I'm excited to announce a portfolio of new
You can even
opportunities
hear
for
the
students
edits
to build
in
tech
Satya's
skills and
keynote.
earn key experiences as they prepare for tomorrow's
I
careers.
could at least.
First,
Train
we're
here.
announcing Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors. This is a new peer community program focused on leadership through social responsibility and impact. Ambassadors get a first look at new Microsoft tech, contribute to open source, and receive mentoring from pros in the industry. Next, we're launching a new student hub on Microsoft Learn, where we offer free training for leveling up your tech skills. We partnered with UC Berkeley, Carnegie Mellon University, and Oxford to create new content based on their popular courses in data science, cloud development, and AI engineering. And here at Build, make sure you check out the Student Zone. We have InstaFluff, the welcoming and chill live coder on Twitch, prepping students for code challenges. And Crazy Aunt Lindsay from the Fab Lab on YouTube, bringing energy and fun to our learning. I also want to give a shout out and warm welcome to our 2020 class of Microsoft interns who are joining us at Build for the very first time. Now back to the competition and the moment we've all been waiting for. Judges, it's time to announce our winner.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah!
Okay, here we go.
Can we flip it now? Are we flipping it?
Yeah, flip it. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2020
The right one
Magic
won.
Cup World Championship.
Congratulations, Team
is
Hollow.
Team Hollow from the University of Hong Kong. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations. We cannot wait to see what you guys do next. A huge thank you to the rest of our finalists and all the Imagine Cup competitors. It's been a challenging time.
So,
the Imagine Cup always brings us joy.
I wrote some notes here that I wanted to react on. One word for each of the three teams. Hollow, I wrote down precog because I watched Minority Report this past weekend, and that's all I could think about when they were describing their tech. Cyrix, I just wrote down VoiceBox 2.0. If you've ever heard of a tracheotomy voice box and they sound like this, that's kind of what it sounded like. Not much big change. Tremor Vision, $1 million a month.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Yeah. Don't we all? Chocolate. Are we getting a break? Oh, Windows loading screen. Oh, this is kind of weird. Oh, nice. Nice.
Go to the build. What is on the schedule for today?
Xbox, more Xbox.
Oh, this thing.
Little PS4 and Switch. Xbox because good corporate says.
All right.
That's good.
Let's do it.
Put on pants.
Okay. Camera ready.
This is clever. This is clever.
Hello. Anybody on the call? Nope. I guess it's just us. Hi, friend. It's Build. Not the Build I thought I would be. I thought I would be in a room with 15,000 of my closest friends. But we're here, and that's okay. Because we're here, and we're here together, and we're making remote technology work. And today, I'm going to show you some really cool developer tools. We'll see if anyone else shows up. But we're going to see all the things that we can build and all the fun that we can have, putting all these different Microsoft technologies, open source technologies, hybrid technologies together. Actually, I did some fun stuff already. My friend Isaac Levin and I have hooked up Microsoft Graph, and we hooked it up with Teams. You see this lighting right here? I've got some light effects. These are called light effects beams. And if I go into Teams and I set it to busy, see, I've got a busy light now. That talks to the graph, talks to this, which is really cool. I'm having all kinds of fun just connecting these things together. Let's see what's on the deck for us today. I'm going to just make a fancy zone. I'm going to hit my hotkey. Look at this. Beep, boop, pop, boo. Boop. Boop. Beep, boop, pop, boo. Boop. Boop. Look at that. Fancy zones. It's a power toy, Windows power toy. Lets me rearrange things, and I've got preset regions, which is really, really great.
How did I not know about this?
So that's pretty cool. It's my keynote deck. As you know, every developer is welcome. It's all about every developer. We have Hanselman and Friends today. I'm going to try to call some people, wake up some developers who may be sleeping on an early morning, and show you as many cool demos as I possibly can. Let's see who we can bother first. You know, actually, Kayla, one of my favorite people. Let's see what she's up to. Wake up. Hello. That's a Skype sound. They should put that in Teams. That is like a low-key bop.
Hello?
Hey, hang on.
Cinnamon.
I'm kind of doing a thing. It's a keynote. Be quiet. I can hear them. They're wrestling or something upstairs.
Wrestling?
Hi. Sorry to wake you up. I know it's a little early for devs, and you know, most people, geeks, don't get up till like what, noon? When do you get up at the crack of 1 or what?
Depends on the day.
Depends on the day. Well, thank you for answering my call. What is going on with your background there? That's a little extra.
Oh, so this is an ASCII representation of Azure running in Windows Terminal.
That's fantastic.
That is awesome. ASCII
Wow.
VMSS dashboard. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
That is ASCII.
Take your world map and shove it, Michael Cade.
Very cool.
That's
I will be setting that
awesome.
up later. Nice, nice. Thank you for showing me that. That's cool. So I have got this other machine that I'm trying to set up. It's like half set up. And you know how when you get a Windows machine and you're just like, you know, I have to set it up, right? You get any new machine, you just basically block out the whole day, 6-hour setup machine. And I've got like power toys on the thing, but nothing else. And I kind of want to like get it set up a little faster. Can you help me?
Yeah, so I can give you like a script and then it'll just be like one and done. It'll be set up.
I like a script. I like a script. All right, let me switch over to that machine. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right, give me a sec. Okay. Join over here. Okay. Oh, cool. I moved. I transferred the call with Teams. I'm learning how to do that. All right, cool.
Nice.
Let me share my screen.
I love the subtlety. It's fantastic.
Okay, so this is my new machine. It's basically got like Office and
icons you don't need
Power
to
Toys.
see.
That's basically all I have on this computer.
Okay. So we can get you some more dev tools like Terminal or VS Code all in one script.
Yeah, I have like a notepad that was like full. I have like this list of like all the different stuff that I could potentially install and it's just like go and then get it from the store and all that stuff.
Yeah, so we actually have a package manager that you can use, and then it's just all in one line, and then it'll install everything at once.
A Windows package manager, you say?
Yes, it is called WinGet.
See,
it's our new package manager.
I would totally call it WinGet. Okay, cool. So let me do that. So I'm sharing my screen, and let me minimize you for a second.
I've never done any development
I'm not
on.
Minimize you. Nobody puts
That's
Kale
not
in
a
the corner.
VB
I'm gonna
scripting
put
20
you
years
over
ago.
Here. There you go.
I didn't know about WinGet.
Yeah, in the other corner.
I'm not
Actually,
familiar
I
with
just
any of
did
the
put Kale in
Windows
the corner.
ecosystem tools.
Okay, cool. So I remember that with PowerToys, the launcher is Alt space. All right, cool. All right, so how do I use this package manager then?
So you can actually just do a command line executable inside PowerToys run.
Ooh, okay.
So start with the greater than symbol,
Oh.
and then you can write winget install terminal, and that'll install the Windows terminal.
Oh, fantastic. I love it. WinGet install terminal. Oop, oop, what?
What is this?
Impress me with your 3D, but oh yes, I love an ASCII progress bar. That's cool. Okay, that was it? All right, let me try this again then. So I'll run it again.
I feel like I'm on a Mac.
Sweet.
There you go.
This is like Spotlight
That's hot.
search.
Okay, run that. Look at that, I got terminal. What? That was cool. All right, cool.
What's
Dig it.
happening right
All
now?
That's pretty cool. All right, so I can do this, like you'll give me a whole script and I'll just run all the different stuff that I need to install.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's cool, that's cool. But you know, I have been a terminal stan forever. I've been talking about terminal. I tell everyone about terminal. Like, you know me, like, I'm all about my terminal. But it's been 0.9 for like 3 years, right? Can I not install another preview of terminal, please?
I mean, you didn't. This one is not a preview. Check the About menu.
What? You had me install a 1.0.
Bam.
Yes.
Is this a real 1.0? Like ready for enterprise? Like everyone install this on your machines ASAP?
Yeah, 1.0 came out today, so you can just go get the full Windows terminal, no preview.
Very cool.
There's a big announcement. Holy shit. Windows Terminal finally hit 1.0.
PowerPoint up.
Bam.
Yeah, I think we hid one in your machine. I can grab it for you if that's easier.
Okay, you hid a file. Where did you put this file?
It might be easier if I just take over your machine and open it myself.
Okay. Let me give you control of my computer.
Let's see.
Whoa.
Oh,
it's tiny Kale.
Hey.
A mouse with a tiny head. That's pretty cool.
Okay. So let's open Ubuntu first.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, so first thing I want to do, let's go to your home directory, and then we can just open the file I have in GIMP.
Dork.png, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So hang on, the GIMP is it's a graphical app.
Yep.
Are you making graphical applications work in, oh my goodness.
So this is a preview of graphical applications working in WSL2. So we're running GIMP on the Linux side.
That is pretty freaking cool. Okay, so you got that out of my...
What?
I see that you changed the directories from my Windows file system to my Linux file system where you put the file, and then you just ran the GIMP, and it brought it up here. That's cool. So this will be on the preview train, I assume, not the release
You guys remember when you used to have to use Wine and Linux to be able to run Windows apps and Linux? So now we're using Windows Terminal.
All right, rock on.
To emulate
so then I can use
Linux
the package
desktops
manager to install a bunch of cool stuff.
Windows.
That's
What's
good.
happening?
And I probably got to install Visual Studio Code right away.
Not exactly. You could actually just use Teams for coding and using collaboration.
Oh my God, this is awesome.
Rearrange my window here and make things a little better.
All right, I'll take my head off your screen.
That's so funny. Okay, and then I'm going to put you over here.
Right, X11.
All right, you said I can go to Teams. Let's do that. Over to Teams.
Or Wine emulation.
We have a Keynote team. Okay, cool.
All right, so you want to actually start by calling the bot, getting its attention. So you can do @CodeConversations, and then you can start writing a code snippet. So you can start with 3 backticks, and that'll put you into a code block. And you can put something like console.writeline, and then a string of like hello world, something like that, and it should run the code.
Okay. You can hear him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I got that's pretty cool. The guy's mowing the labor's lawn. So console.writeline got output by the bot, and the bot did the code up in the cloud. Very cool. Okay,
Yeah.
that would be great for people to learn how to code.
Yeah, exactly. So we just made a bot using the bot framework, and then this is actually running .NET Interactive inside of it to get the code to output.
That's cool. It's a little meta, but I dig it, and I can see where someone could build on top of this and do all kinds of cool
That'd be
stuff.
cool for collaboration. But
yeah, exactly.
This is pretty basic, though.
I mean, so I might have hidden another file on your machine.
I never should have let you ship me this computer.
So you're
I
going to
love
want
the
to go
Team
into
General
your Linux
only Beyonce
file system on Explorer.
Ooh, hang on a second. How do I have Tux in Windows Explorer? And this isn't even the Pro Windows. I'm on Home.
Yeah, so WSL2 comes with a few different things. So you can have Linux Open Explorer. This is the file system integration piece.
Mm-hmm.
And then since you're running Windows Home, Docker Desktop also works on WSL2.
Really? Okay, so that means I can use Windows Home as a dev, put on Visual Studio, Docker, WSL2, and just party, and I'm still on Windows Home.
Yeah, exactly.
Sweet. Lead hacker. Nicely done. Okay, so here's some C# code. I'll just put that in the clipboard.
Oh my.
All right, that's in my clipboard now. What do I do with code conversations?
So mention the bot again, get its attention,
Code
and then
conversations.
and then throw the code in there into a
Okay.
code snip.
Done. Run. Okay, it's thinking. Something's happening. Teams is teamsing. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so all the console.writelines output, and it looks like it's like a card deck. That's cool. All right. I mean, it's cool. I'm impressed. Like I'm not not impressed. It's just like console.writeline though.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a little bit better with this. So the code I gave you has a formatter included. This is part of .NET Interactive. So you can run just deck in a code snip, and then code conversations will handle it appropriately.
Ooh, okay. Deck. So I see the deck is the variable that the deck is held in. Cool.
Yep.
Got some more to run. Let's do it. Ooh, your output is too awesome. Open viewer. Ooh. .NET Bot cards. I see you shuffled the deck and visualized the deck. So the formatter tells it how to show a deck. This would be great for folks to learn how to code and when they're just getting started, and then you can like graduate into Visual Studio. That's super fun. This is a little meta, and it just looks like it's kind of hacked together, but people can check it out at aka.ms/code conversations. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
New bot.
New bot. I'm digging it. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate
Teams
you've given me
chatbot.
all the things that I need to set myself up on this new machine with Windows Terminal, WSL2. I'm running
This
on
is
Windows
them going,
Home. I got to go
"Hi,
install
Discord.
Docker and Visual Studio.
We see you."
And maybe get my terminal to be a little prettier.
Yeah, your terminal is lacking in some customizations.
Thank you for finding my terminal lacking.
Here, I'll show you mine so you can get some inspiration and get on my level. This is what my terminal looks like.
It's very subtle.
Good Lord.
I appreciate how subtle it is. There's an understated grace to your terminal. I appreciate that.
That's how I operate.
All right, thank you. You can go back to bed or coding or whatever you're doing. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, see ya.
All right, bye. All right, let me get off of this computer. Cool, and let me go over here. All right.
Oh, the AT-AT in the background.
It's good stuff.
Did you guys catch that?
I like that. So what we just saw was Windows Terminal. That's Windows Terminal 1.0. It is now generally available. You may already actually have Windows Terminal because if you got it in the Windows Store, it was automatically updated. And if you want to learn more or download it now, you can go to aka.ms/terminal. Remember, it's fully customizable and it's open source, which is pretty sweet. Also, we saw the Windows subsystem for Linux. This is WSL2, now generally available. That's near-native Linux performance with a real Linux kernel, which is pretty amazing. We saw it integrated into Explorer, and we saw a preview of the GUI support. And this is interesting because you've got the general availability of WSL2. Like, start using it in your enterprise, update to Windows today. It's great. But if you want to get on the fast train, the innovation in the space of Windows subsystem for Linux continues. We're going to see a little bit of GPU support later in this conversation that we're having together. And again, that GUI support, lots of cool stuff happening in the WSL2. Oh, as well as a streamlined install experience to make getting WSL2 even easier is coming soon, which is pretty sweet. And I was able to set up my machine with Kayla's help using the Windows Package Manager, winget. This is really cool because it's open source again. It's going to be hosted, the repository, in GitHub. Set up your machines in one script, supported, secure, and we're going to work with folks like Chocolatey for an integration story. So you can take a look at that at aka.ms/winget. So all kinds of cool stuff, setting up machines really, really fast for the developer experience, getting into some code. And actually, before I get into some code, I feel like my theme is wanting. So let me change.
Does Windows eventually just become another
before I call my next
GUI
person,
like
let's
KDE
make it prettier.
on top of Linux?
There we go. So we set up some machines. Let's go and call a friend from GitHub, because what better place than GitHub to go and get involved with code? It's the world's largest developer community. So let me call someone who can explain a little bit about GitHub. This would be a good idea. Let's see if he is around. Beep, boop, ba, 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 ba. Hey.
Oh, hey, Scott. What's up?
Hi. Is that your boss there? What's going on?
Yeah. Just chilling with my dog outside right now. This is Femto, and I've been inside for like weeks, it feels like. So we've been sitting under the tree and chilling out.
I need to go to my backyard. See, now you're going to make me feel bad. I'm going to go to my backyard at some point because you're right. I feel like I've been in this room, and changing the colors of the lights only simulates the outdoors so much.
Yeah, vitamin D doesn't just come in a bottle.
It does not. How are things going at GitHub? I know that you just acquired NPM, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's been incredibly busy. I mean, we were incredibly excited and honored to get to work with the NPM team. I mean, NPM is the biggest software registry in the world. There's over 1 million packages in it. It gets over 75 billion downloads a month, which just blew my mind.
Jesus.
It's incredible. And, you know, we have huge overlap between the NPM and GitHub communities. 96% of all NPMs host their source code on GitHub. And so there's a lot of opportunity to make sure we continue to serve all the NPM users and do a good job for them, but also to integrate it well with GitHub and provide things like end-to-end security and traceability, which we're excited about too. And so, yeah, it's really fun. JavaScript is a big language ecosystem, so it's a lot of responsibility, but lots of good stuff we can do.
For a long time, when people think about GitHub, they think about free. NPM, is free for people who aren't using the enterprise stuff. GitHub is the same way. But I've been paying my $7 for a private repository for GitHub for years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can keep doing that if you want. That's just great.
But now you're giving me even more stuff. What is the...
Yeah, I mean, the model in the past for GitHub was pay for privacy. So all the public repo stuff was free, but then if you wanted to do any private work, you had to pay for it. And we made the decision, actually, this is something we've wanted to do since before we even completed the acquisition of GitHub, but we made the decision to make GitHub free for everyone, basically. And so now anyone can create private repos and private organizations and add an unlimited number of people to them for private work without paying anything. And then, of course, if you're a big company, if you're an enterprise and you need really advanced compliance and security, you pay for that. That still costs money. But for startups just getting started, or students working in school, or even medium-sized companies who don't need to pay for support or that sort of thing, they can just use GitHub. And we want GitHub to be accessible to developers in every country and every place on Earth for any purpose. And so this is a big step in that direction. We're pretty excited.
Very cool. Give me a second. I'm gonna go into my backyard because this is too awesome. Hang on one sec.
Join me.
There we go.
Now he's just showing off.
Let me go in my backyard.
I don't have your video there. Oh, there you are.
There you go.
Excellent.
You got
me?
Now,
I got you. Now, you should know, by the way, if you're on your phone and you're going into your backyard, GitHub now has a mobile app for iOS and Android that you can use. that we just put out a few weeks ago, and it's pretty cool. Have you tried it?
Interesting. So I could sit back here. I got my hammock situation, and I could I could code or do pull requests.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we weren't sure. Our thesis when we built it was that people would use it to kind of keep track of their notifications and stay on top of their inbox. And we were really shocked to find out that the #1 use of the mobile app is reviewing pull requests. It's actually PR reviews. And yeah, super, super funny, right? People love
Never would have thought that.
Basically make sure they're not blocking their colleagues. So if someone's out there and they're trying to get a PR merged and you can review it for them, it turns out people want to get that done, even when they're on the go. Even if that means you're not really on the go, maybe you're in these days just in your backyard. But the convenience of being able to have GitHub in your pocket is awesome.
Damn.
That is pretty sweet, and that's available like right now. I can do that.
It's right now. It's free. We've got hundreds of thousands of folks using it already. Like I said, I think it's just about a month old.
That's cool. Another thing that I really been appreciating about GitHub was the GitHub sponsors. You know, like there's so many people. Open source is powered by volunteerism, but to your point, people want freedom. People want to eat. It would be amazing if people could get paid for the work that they're doing.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there's a lot of people for whom open source is a labor of love, and there's people who get paid full time to do open source. But there's a lot of people who are doing all this work that is a public good. It goes into a commons that benefits the whole world. And sometimes you want a way to say thank you and a way to actually give back to those people who are giving so much. And so we rolled out GitHub sponsors in November, so like just less than 6 months ago, as a way for you to contribute money to the people or the projects that you admire, or maybe that you even depend on in the work that you do. And already we've paid out millions of dollars to thousands of developers and maintainers around the world. And we've got hundreds of people who tell us they're depending on GitHub now to make rent, which is pretty crazy, actually. Thing that happened pretty quick. So we're looking forward to
that looks pretty awesome.
Continuing to see that grow.
So if you're enabling people to get paid, you're enabling people to do work mobilely if they want to, what other things could someone potentially do because GitHub is this massive source repository. I want to jump into the code and start working on it right away.
Yeah, actually, that's, I think we've all experienced this. If there's a project that you want to contribute to, or maybe there's something you want to change about it or improve, the first step is always, okay, I've got to get my dev environment set up. I've got to clone the repo and get it building locally and that sort of thing. And sometimes that can be a huge set of tasks and a big kind of piece of friction that even prevents you from contributing to an open source project or to something at your company. And so something pretty amazing, combining the power of GitHub with the power of Visual Studio Code. And it's called Code Spaces. And what we'll do is we basically put a button on the repo that says code. You click the code button. In the background, we'll spin up a virtual machine. We will hydrate a container in it, which contains the entire development environment for that repo. And then we'll open a new browser tab with VS Code running in the browser. And you literally are connected to that backend container environment in just a few seconds. You are now a developer on that project. It is amazing.
I feel like I'm gonna put you down because I want to see this. I want to actually.
Yeah, you should check it out. It has to be seen. Whoa.
Sorry,
Whoa.
my Gundam's
cool.
attacked. All right, let me put you
What
here.
a collection you've got there, Scott.
Actually, let me switch back to this
Weird
machine.
flex.
Hang on 1 second.
But
There you are.
respect.
So Code Spaces, I feel like I need to see this to believe this. What do I need to do? What do I sign up for? Who do I? Firstborn?
Well,
what do you need?
If you want to see it, you got to talk to the expert. So do you know Allison from DevDiv?
Yeah, I know Allison. Yeah, absolutely.
Give Allison a call. She'll show it to you.
I'm going to do that right now. Thank you so much. Enjoy Femto, your dog. Can we see more dog just one more time?
Yeah, okay. She's kind of napping.
She's run away.
Here
Oh,
she is.
wake her
Say
up.
goodbye,
Oh,
Femto.
puppies.
Say goodbye.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right, see ya.
All right, so Nat says that I should give Allison a call. So let us see what she is up to.
Scott's subtle humor is legendary.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you mobile.
No worries. I'm just taking little Olive here on a walk. Have you met Olive?
I have not. I have met Femto, which is Nat's dog. I have not met Olive. Hello.
Olive, say
It's a
hi.
corgi.
Oh, I know. You are such a big, scary dog.
Uh-oh.
Here, have a treat.
Security dog Olive sees something.
I know. She's always trying to make sure the house is well protected.
Very, very
What
nice.
can I do for you?
Well, I was just talking with Nat. So Nat's in his backyard with his dog, and he said that you knew all about GitHub Mobile and then code spaces. But you are mobile, so maybe you could show me GitHub Mobile right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and screen share. Fun fact, you can actually screen share from mobile, which is awesome.
Cool.
So let me go ahead and switch over to my GitHub application. So here you see a repository, which is the Olive Tracker. It's one I've been building while I've been at home in my spare time, keeping track of where Miss Olive has been. And it's great because you can see I can check on pull requests. If I had any issues, I could check on those. No issues because my app is perfect. And it's great because it helps me stay connected. So for my Teams repo, I can check on issues. I can comment on pull requests and just stay connected even when I'm on the go, like when I'm walking Olive.
That's cool. Nat was saying that people really like to do pull requests and do code reviews from their mobile devices.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm waiting in line at the grocery store, at least I can be productive and comment on some pull requests.
Well, to be clear, that is your choice because you like doing that. I would never want to make sure that you have, like, you can always work everywhere. You don't have to work if you don't want to work.
Yeah, it just adds some nice flexibility because I definitely like taking a midday break and maybe doing some grocery shopping to get out of the house, once every 2 weeks, of course.
So if Olive has successfully chased away the bad guys, would you mind going back inside and showing me code spaces?
Absolutely. Let me get her all settled and I will hop right back on.
All right, cool. All right, I did not know that you can share mobile. That was cool.
Neither did we, Scott, because it's not available yet.
Teams and mobile is pretty sweet. And then I need to install GitHub Mobile.
If it is, I wasn't aware of it.
If she made it back inside again.
Have you guys done mobile sharing from Teams? I've done it on WebEx and Zoom.
You made it? There you are. Olive good?
She is good. She made a run for a bird. She loves to chase them. So I kind of had to grapple her back into the house, but she's got a chew bone and she's happy now.
All right, cool. So let me, how do I set up for this? I want to see code spaces. Can I do this on my machine?
Yes, you can. The great part is I can just walk you through it from here.
All right, cool. Let me put you over here in the corner and I'll just bring up a browser. And
that's all you need.
Okay, cool. What do I got to do?
All right. So go to aka.ms.
aka.ms.
SH on board.
SH on board. I'm joining your startup.
Yes.
All right, so this is onboarding instructions. Here we go. Install. Okay. Get the source. There's a lot of. And install. Oh my goodness. This is a little bit much. I don't really have this kind of time, but even worse, this is like a day worth of startup instructions. Yeah. This is real typical, though.
It's very typical, but with code spaces, we've got a much easier way now. Scroll all the way up. You've got that green code button, so click on it, and then open in code space.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So here, we are opening your code space or building it for you right now.
Okay.
And it's going to take care of all those instructions on a remote environment or code space. And then we're going to connect you to it in the browser. So basically one button is all you need to get started.
So this is like a development specific container in the cloud. And here we go. This is Visual Studio Code.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks familiar, right?
It's a container running VS Code that does a pull request into
It's still got a little bit of setup to happen here. Obviously, building a code space takes a little bit of time, but far less than all that.
I feel like I heard about this last year, but I never actually saw it.
7 hours to set up a machine from scratch. We're here complaining about like, this took like 20 seconds to set up an entire environment.
Let me know in chat if you guys have used this before. I've never actually seen this in practice.
It looks like it's done.
Yeah, it's done. You can go ahead and close that creation log so we can reclaim some space.
All right.
And themes are always super cool to have, right? This should look like your VS Code.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go to that gear icon, and we're going to turn on Preferences Sync.
Turn on Preferences Sync.
Yeah.
All right, turn
it's in
on.
preview, so they ask. Let's just sync settings.
All right, so I'll sync my settings. Turn on. Oh, here we go.
Yep. We remember your GitHub login, so all you have to do is select it.
This is the first
and
time.
replace local.
All right, cool.
And then it's syncing it.
Whoa,
and
hey, my theme. This is my theme.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
This is cool. It's very interesting. This is very familiar because this is the way I have it set up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It should feel like home no matter where you're accessing it from.
Ooh, I like this. Okay.
Great. So why don't you open any file? Public has a map.js. That's our main one. And you can see all the colorization.
Wow.
Everything you'd need to get started.
Oh, look at that. And the code coloring has been updated because the theme has a certain thing. It really is my Visual Studio. Wow.
Yep. I love it. So also, do you want to have a party?
Ooh, you know about my aliases.
I do. So why don't you go ahead and open up an integrated terminal? I usually do that with Control-Shift-P and then type in terminal.
Okay, and I also use Control tilde to bring up the terminal as well. So Control-Shift-P, yeah, so everything is exactly where it should be. Okay, so here I am in my terminal.
All right, you ready for the party?
Let's party. Yes, 9cat, woohoo! All right, so this means my dot files came in as well. Like it knows me. It really knows me.
Now they're showing off.
It's just how you like it.
Broke out the Nyan cat.
Really cool. Okay, so if it knows me, then does it know about like my PRs and all the different stuff that I work on?
Yeah. So why don't you go to the PR extension? I think you're going to want to click those 3 dots because we've got many extensions here. Go to GitHub.
All right.
And if you open up all, you'll see I put a little surprise in there for you with Dependabot because I know you love Dependabot.
I freaking love Dependabot. Dependabot is such a joy.
Yeah. Could you tell me a little bit more about what it does? To be honest, I put it in there because I know you love it, but I'd love to hear more.
Dependabot is like a person that works for you, that watches your dependencies, and it will go and do pull requests. So like here, Dependabot went and noticed that the MongoDB dependency bumped from one version to another. And what I love about it is it will go and pull the release notes out. It'll basically do an inclusive, like I want everything from this version to that version, and it copy pastes it in. You can even go and see each individual commit between these 2 versions. And it's lovely. And then you can go and do, and look, I'm doing a merge directly inside of VS Code, inside of code spaces.
Yep. It's basically like you're working local but from a browser.
That's so awesome. Okay, well, wait a second. If I'm working local from a browser, how do I run this thing though?
Yeah, so go over to your debug extension there.
All right.
And just go ahead and click the run button, or you can use any of your shortcuts.
Okay. But this is going to be like localhost 5000 or something. How is that even possible?
So what we do is we actually have a port forwarding service that is going to take that local host on the code space
localhost
and
3000.
actually forward that to your local browser. So if you go ahead and open that.
Wow.
Do I literally open localhost?
Yep. Go ahead and follow that link.
That seems impossible. Whoa. Connecting to the forwarded port.
And then you'll get to see the Olive tracker for real. So unfortunately, Olive hasn't really been to the Midwest or the East Coast.
Oh, here we
why
go.
don't we go over to Seattle?
There's Olive.
Yes.
Oh, look.
There she is. If you click on any of them, you'll get a cute little photo.
That's fantastic.
That is so cool.
We went to a winery where I snoozed.
Awesome.
I think this is wonderful.
So let's go ahead and close this and switch back to our code space because we are going to live share.
I'm going to close this tab?
Yep. Close that tab and go ahead and stop debugging.
That live spaces was not code spaces. Live spaces was what I heard about last. I think it was at Ignite last fall.
So go to the live share extension.
This one.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Perfect. And there, my name is all lit up. So you should just be able to invite me directly.
Okay, invite. Starting collaboration session.
Awesome. I got your notification in Visual Studio 2019, which is what I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm joining right now, as you can see.
So it is Visual Studio in GitHub Codespaces in the cloud.
Well, I'm on Visual Studio connecting to your code space in the cloud through live share.
I see. So anyone can use the tool that makes them happy. I'm in my browser. Oh, and you're actually selecting stuff, and you can see my selection as well.
Absolutely.
See, I'm going to use live share all through this whole thing today. This is fantastic.
Yep, it's a great way to collaborate, and we're so happy that it's enabled people to really connect virtually, even when we have to be apart and physically.
Very cool.
Jason, that quote is,
I
what
have
manner
a
of
slide
sorcery is
on
this?
Code spaces, and we can learn about how people can get this right away.
Awesome.
Here we go.
Yeah. So if you'd like to try out the experience, well, you've already tried it out, but if you have any friends who want to try it out, they should sign up at that link right there for the private preview.
Oh, I have so much to say about this, but I don't want to cut them off.
But if you don't want to wait for a private preview, you can actually try out Visual Studio Codespaces right now. And if you want to try it out with Visual Studio, which I know you love, Scott, you can sign up for the private preview for Visual Studio integration there. And maybe I can put in a good word for you to get you at the top.
That would be nice. I would very much appreciate that. Cool. Well, thank you very much for letting me pull you away from Olive for a little while.
Of course. She gets sick of me being home all the time anyways.
Awesome. I'll catch you later.
See ya.
Now
that is some wizardry right there.
The Codespaces demo was something, huh? I feel like this keynote is going pretty well. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
That's awesome.
Whew. I drank too much soda. Thank goodness for Teams backgrounds.
Yeah, this has been fantastic so far, Greg.
All right, let me change my theme too. I'm feeling very Visual Studio-y.
Scott never disappoints, though. He's absolutely
Visual
nailing
Studio
this.
purple.
This is the kind of stuff he does live too, even at shows.
There we go. That's nice. So we saw all the things that we can do in the browser, but we also saw how Codespaces is powered by Visual Studio Code. So let's take a look at what is in there. Visual Studio Code has over 21,000. Can't really move that window. Has over 21,000 extensions, right? You can develop locally, remotely, or in the browser, as we just saw. One of the best parts is that you can synchronize all of your settings and all of your extensions across anywhere. So your dot files, your aliases, your extensions, the way that you work is the way that you work, synced to the cloud and available anywhere, which is pretty awesome. Now, Visual Studio 2019, you've probably been using it for a while, and you've noticed that it improves all the time. Every quarter, there's a new version with new improvements. We saw IntelliCode, so you've got AI-assisted IntelliSense, Live Share, being able to collaborate across versions of Visual Studio with Live Share. GitHub integration, we'll see some cool stuff with that. Remember also that version 16.6 is out today. Version 16.7 Preview 1 is also available today. You can find a new Git experience, brand new Git experience, directly integrated into Visual Studio 2019, which is fantastic. The other thing that's worth pointing out is that .NET Core 3.1 continues to march on. So many people are using it, and it is in long-term support. That means that you can do work, start a new project on .NET Core 3.1 now, and you will be supported for years. We've added WPF support, Windows Form support. You can have side-by-side, so different versions of .NET not affecting each other, as well as self-contained EXEs. So you can put your own personal copy of .NET into a folder, and it will just work on any machine. And then, of course, the modern web UI with ASP.NET Blazor. You can check that out at .net, .net. Actually, let's give Maddie a call. She knows all about Visual Studio development, and she can probably help me with this idea that I have. She's green. Sweet. I think she's on the East Coast. Let's see what she's doing. Hello.
Hey, Scott, what's up?
I'm chilling. Are you eating? Oh, it is. Oh, it's noon over there. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Having a snack.
Is that a Teams background? Are you seriously? Don't tell me your kitchen is that awesome.
No, this is my kitchen. It's real.
How are you touching the Teams background? That's the part of this. It's augmented reality.
If only. No, I'm very lucky.
That's very cool.
You can tell because if you look closely at the plants, they're a little bit brown. That's how you know it's real.
Really? Yeah. This is actually all just a background. I've given up at this point, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I heard that there was an app that you were thinking about. I also have an idea for an app. I thought it was time for possibly a collabo.
Oh yeah. Do you want to see what I've got?
Okay, what do you got?
All right. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Boop, boop, boop. And let me hide your face. And let me send you my live share link real quick.
Okay. Over here. Okay. And where are you putting that link?
I just put it in the Teams chat.
In the Teams. All right. And it says I'm joining. Joining, opening remote session.
Ooh.
Beep, boop, bop, boop, boop. Oh, all kinds of stuff. Restaurants view, main view.
Yeah. Do you want me
view.
to show you around the Xamarin app real quick? I don't know if you're familiar.
Yeah. Here, let me close this chat and. All right, what do you got?
Is this iPhone app development without Xcode?
As you know, Xamarin is .NET, and .NET can target anything, which is really cool. But Xamarin is kind of the mobile solution. So, and here I've got this .NET standard project. This is actually, I have to confess, one of the Xamarin Forums team members built this. I do not have this kind of design skill, but I borrowed it from him because I wanted to make an app for delivery. And it's a Xamarin Forums project, so all of his UI is actually shared. It's in XAML right here. Mm-hmm. And it's in this .NET standard project, and he's targeting Android and iOS, you can see, which is cool. But I can also add things like TVs, windows, a watch if I want to. And in my Xamarin Forms app, because like I said, all my UI is XAML, I also get all of the great Visual Studio features that I expect. Like if I start scrolling down here and typing, I'll go to my grid, space. You see those little stars that pop up? That's IntelliCode, which is cool. What? Am I going? Scott, are you? Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I was, while you were talking and I kind of was exploring and I was kind of messing around.
I see you're really paying attention.
So wait a second though. I pushed save on Visual Studio Code on my machine and you didn't even recompile though. How is this happening? Are you in the middle of a session? What is
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things happening right now. First of all, my iPhone plugged right into my PC and it's debugging. And that's using something called hot restart, which lets me just like really quickly rebuild and redeploy right to the phone. But you're actually triggering a XAML hot reload when you change the XAML here. So I'll go and I'll change this to the superior color pink.
Oh, wait, hang on though. Hang on. That's your iPhone on the left there?
Yeah.
Like mirrored?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Isn't that cool?
I'm out.
Very fancy.
I'm done.
So
I'm
it's
good.
convenient when I'm trying to work from my kitchen island because all I need is my iPhone and my laptop, which is pretty cool. But yeah, you triggered a XAML hot reload, which is just our way of changing XAML and hitting, and in this case, you don't even have to hit save, and it's just going to update the UI on the running app right away, which is pretty cool.
Well played, Microsoft.
But like
Scott
I was saying before you got distracted, you get all the features of Visual Studio, including things like IntelliCode and all those refactorings that I know we launched last year at the VS 2019 launch, but you still have those in your C# for your backend and your business logic, which is all shared in this lovely .NET Standard app. And I'm even using my cool new vertical tabs, very nice new feature of Visual Studio, which I guess you can see if I'm sharing my screen, but that's pretty much it.
I want to remind everybody, there's no Mac and no Xcode anywhere in this.
I've been reading about these dual screen devices, like 2 screens. And I know that you have like a summary detail thing going on there.
Yeah.
Like you click and then you have the menu. How do I make this work on a dual screen?
Yep.
You mean like one of these?
Are
Scott?
you? Don't tell me they gave you one.
I'm very important now.
No,
Just kidding.
you have so many devices you don't even know. You have a kitchen full of Android
I
devices.
do.
In it. Oh, my
Lots
goodness.
of phones.
You completely.
But yes, it does totally. Xamarin is a great solution for dual screen because, like I said, Android, Windows, and everything else. So this was the iPhone that you were looking at. But actually, if you're still in the live share,
No, but hang on. Hang on.
What? Oh, you did open the APK I sent you.
So this is the APK that you sent me, and this is a Surface Duo. How did you do the dual screen? This is the food app on the Surface Duo. Show me how you did that.
That looks great. So if you're still in that live share,
Okay.
click into main page or main view.
Okay.
.xaml.
And you can follow
And
me.
yeah, I'll highlight that 2-pane view.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it's just setting pane 1, pane 2 down here into the restaurant view and the restaurant detail view. So it's smart enough to know when I'm on the iPhone that it's just 1 screen. But when you're on the Duo, it's 2.
Okay, that's cool. So you're literally just reusing the view. It indicates panel 1 and panel 2. So then when I'm on the Duo and then I flip it, now I can be doing things with a single view. That's sweet. Okay. All right.
I love the
need
future.
to,
I love technology.
I need to up-level my skills
I'm
here,
just-
my friend.
my mind's
All right,
so blown away right now.
What's your great idea?
I have this idea. So you're doing food delivery. And here, let me do this. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
In the center here. And I'm going to jump over. I've got my laptop over here. And I'll get into the Teams meeting. And what I'm going to do is share this screen and minimize the extra Maddie. Okay, you can see?
Ooh, I like that background.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so here's the deal. I have got some footage. This is footage of my dash cams, okay? I am a big fan of dash cams.
Cool.
So this is like me driving in my town, and it's just raw footage. I've got a bunch of this stuff. And what I did was, this machine here is actually not just any laptop. This is a Surface Book 3. This machine is bananas. I've got 32 gigs of RAM. Let me go ahead and turn on Zoom it to show you because it's that cool. It deserves a zoom. 32 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. It's bananas. Now, check out the GPU. This has, of course, with all Surface Books, it's got both the Intel and the NVIDIA onboard GPU. What I care about, though, is this NVIDIA GPU is completely OP. This is actually a GeForce 1660 with Max-Q. We're going to watch this because I'm looking at all the different engines. I want to use the CUDA engine. And what I've done is I've taken that raw footage. I'm going to go into WSL2. Now, this is WSL2. In the future, the fast ring will have this GPU support. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run TensorFlow under Linux on this machine, okay? So right now, I'm running it on that video. Now watch the GPU. We're using the GPU here to do that work of that detection, right, for that autonomous vehicle. This is super awesome. Check this out. Look how hard the GPU is working to make that happen. And look at the GPU usage on the memory, almost using all of that 6 gigs. This is fantastic. Now I'm going to stop that, actually, and let's just look at the resulting video. Here's a resulting video. Look at that. See? 99% sure that's a car, and it goes through basically. So what I'm thinking is, here, let me just go into whiteboard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, check this out.
On Teams?
Yeah, I'm going to share my whiteboard. I'm on this other machine, so you and I are on Teams over here, but I'm also going to share here. And I've got an idea. What I want to do is... Okay, so...
Ooh.
It's a taco drone.
Here's the idea. Self-driving taco drones. Your app for delivery. They bring the tacos directly to my house.
from Tito's.
Drop them into my face.
Yes.
I like it. And you can track the drone on the app.
See, we can get geolocation. It'll run on an iPhone. It'll run on a device. I don't know how the architecture is going to look like, but I'm imagining there's going to be lines. There's going to be boxes.
Right.
There's going to be probably a cloud at some point.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe we can go. Actually, I'm realizing that there is a moonlighting clause at Microsoft. We may have just given this. Oh, crap. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
This guy is always calling me.
All right. We'll do this later. We'll do this later.
All right. I'll catch you later.
Bye.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going, sir?
Good. Hey, sorry to bother you. How are you? How's the fan?
I'm doing a thing, working on the build keynote. What's up?
You're doing it right now?
Yeah, nowish.
Look, man, I was up early this morning. I'm struggling. I'm racking my brain on a bunch of ideas. Tell me right now you're using Surface Book or you're using the new Surface Book 3.
Yeah, actually, I've done most of the keynote on it. It's right here. I did all the GPU stuff, the TensorFlow stuff, WSL. It's actually, boom, right there.
Oh, I love it. I love that you're using it. That thing's a beast, right?
It is actually kind of ridiculous. 32 gigs of RAM has been really freeing for me. Having the GPU has been a little bit bananas because I've been able to do some machine learning work that I hadn't been able to do before. And I found myself, with all due respect, alt-tabbing into games occasionally. I did a little Gears of War, which I did not expect to be able to do on a laptop like this.
Look, here's the deal. You asked for that. You asked us. You pushed me. Give me the fastest SSD. Give me more RAM. Give me more storage. Let me push this thing as a developer. We want them using this thing. Man, I hope this hits on every note. This is what's been kind of pushing at me. Like the latest Windows. I mean, you're sitting here with WSL. It should be lighting up, right? Tell me.
No, absolutely. Okay. We needed this thing to be as fast as possible for Visual Studio 2019. And then once you start layering all the stuff, Windows Terminal and on and on and on, it has been killer. It is my go-to box right now.
How am I going to continue to think through with you and others the way we've been creating products together, bringing Windows and a billion users forward through the devices that we're creating, how the hardware and software comes together, and even more so, the challenge is I need your brain here. Can we talk a little bit more about this? Like, let me show you what I'm doing on the box right now, which I think is super important. Like, look, I'm not writing code every day, but I'm using this as my device this way, where I detach it. I'm using Surface Book with the latest version of Windows. Here's how I push the GPU myself. Like, there are details on this product that we should talk through, but ultimately how Windows runs on every Windows machine out there, including Surface Book. This is what's got me going and thinking. I need to know a little bit more about what you're thinking about specifically, how your build keynote's coming together, how we're going to go push the envelope a little bit further on hardware, software, integration points between Windows and all the devices on the planet out there. Can we talk about that a little bit today?
Let's do it. I've got all the time in the world for you, sir.
As I think about Windows and where it's going, like think about right now what we're doing together.
Nice, and with the XP. Oh man, Scott might be one of my favorite presenters ever. He never not delivers. Do me a favor, everybody take a quick stretch break while we're in between presentations. I gotta admit, I want one. I want one.
It's only been a couple of hours since we kicked off Build Digital 2020, but already so much has happened. The global conversation that is happening right now is overwhelming. My phone is buzzing with amazing tweets from the United Kingdom to Brazil.
No 27-inch model?
India.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
following the conversations on Twitter, and we want to continue hearing from you. So keep the excitement coming using hashtag MSBuild. We want to hear from you, so make sure you do that. We heard from Satya Nadella about his vision.
Want to turn this down just a little bit just to recap what we just saw. WinGet looks fantastic. Plus, you've got something similar to the Spotlight search in Windows now if you're a Mac user using Alt-Space to quickly launch an app or anything. Teams, the ability to transfer calls between devices. So if you're going from your laptop to your desktop to your mobile, wow. GitHub with the mobile app to be able to do pull request management and things like that. Fantastic. Live Spaces and Code Spaces is real in Visual Studio 2019. Available today. All kinds of good stuff. So if you're just joining us, lots of updates happening, lots of announcements happening at Microsoft Build. Thanks for everybody joining us today. We're going to keep going another couple of hours here with the next couple of presenters. Enjoy.
A lot of things, like in a really casual way, like, oh, look at this. A crazy thing. It just, yeah, let's move on. And it was, I feel like we need to stop and maybe take a pause to talk about what you all did. Let's start with WSL2. That was pretty crazy. Scott, tell us about that.
WSL2 is pretty sweet. The idea that there is a real Linux kernel shipping with Windows right now and that I can go and do, not just run one Linux, but any number of them. I can go into the Windows store right now. I can search for Linux and see a half dozen Linuxes. I can import and export tar files. So if I want to make a Linux that's just perfect, make my own distribution, my own custom distribution, and then have my team use it is really, really powerful. And then, of course, the inclusion coming soon of the GPU support, GUI support. It's just going to keep getting better and better and better. It's happening.
The thing for me is because I do machine learning-y stuff, and sometimes some of my stuff doesn't even work in Windows, but now Windows actually ships with actual Linux. It's not like some sham. It's actual Linux kernel. Am I getting that right, Scott?
Right. So WSL1 used a series of what are called Pico processes that are tiny processes that then kind of thunk into the Windows kernel. So when WSL1 would say open a file, from the Linux perspective, Windows would go, oh, I'll open that file for you. Now we actually have a tiny, tiny utility virtual machine that fires up in basically less than a second, and we run an actual instance of the Linux kernel. And it's actually a Linux that is up on GitHub. So it's a Microsoft forked LTS hardened Linux with some custom WSL2 sprinkly bits. So WSL2 is real Linux.
And that's the thing that I'm most excited about. But the thing about the WSL2 is cool, and Linux is cool as well. But it's only cool with a cool terminal. And Kayla, you kind of dropped some cool things about the terminal. Tell us all about the terminal. You all are releasing some stuff. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so today we did launch Windows Terminal 1.0. We've been working on the preview for the last year, and we are so excited to launch it today. So right before the keynote, we were hitting go live on all the releases and the blog posts and GitHub. So we're really excited to have Terminal be ready, and it's ready for enterprise usage, which is awesome.
So as she casually drops these things, I mean, it's not just like, look, I've been using the command shell for many years in Windows. Why is this so much better? You need to tell us all and get us all excited about it.
Okay. So it comes with tabs, and then inside those tabs, you can run panes. So you can run any command line application inside the terminal. So you can have your WSL distro next to PowerShell, next to Azure Cloud Shell. And then when you do that, you can also have Unicode characters and emojis and UTF-8 characters. So your prompt can look really pretty. And of course, it supports background images and GIFs. So if you really want to customize your terminal, you can do that as well.
Now, here's the thing. I was jealous of other people's terminals because I would see like screenshots and they had like these cool colored things that also told them like what Conda environment they were in, as well as their Git status. That I set it up and it's pretty cool. How does that stuff work for people that haven't done that yet?
So one great tutorial that Scott Hanselman actually posted was about putting Powerline in Windows Terminal. So I use it all the time, especially when I'm doing Git stuff for Windows Terminal and pushing code commits. It tells you the Git status of the branch that you're on, which is really helpful. So I definitely look up Hanselman's Make Your Prompt Pretty Powerline tutorial.
The other thing that I thought was pretty impressive was how he actually downloaded it. Literally, this thing called winget. Can you tell us about that briefly?
Yeah, so winget is the new Windows package manager, and the command you run is winget, and you can install a bunch of tools, including Windows Terminal 1.0.
Yeah, but I mean, like there was like a special button y'all hit, and then like this box came up in front of everything. That was not winget, right? That was something else.
Right, that was the PowerToys Run PowerToy, and it's supposed to provide a better experience for the run command, and you can do anything in there. You can launch any application, and then you can also run a command line command using the greater than symbol, and that's what we showed just a little bit ago in the keynote.
I mean, I thought it was pretty cool, but I want to move on to Allison, you're next, because that code spaces thing is pretty cool. Like, I love looking at, like, scrolling through your getting started, you know? Was it a README? What?
Yes,
did
it was a README to get set up.
Y'all snuck in like an old school file explorer, right? I mean, there was a couple of things that they snuck in. But
there are a couple of Easter eggs in there.
Yeah, so make sure you go back and find them. There will be prizes worth up to zeros of dollars. Literal high fives if you find all of them. I'm pretty excited.
I will post another photo of Olive on Twitter.
Nice. So tell us about CodeSpaces. Why is it important? How can people get started?
Yeah, so CodeSpaces I think is super important in order to get started quickly. Actually, my interns that I'm shepherding for the summer don't have their hardware yet. And so we can actually get them loaded into a code space immediately and make them productive from their own personal computers. And I think that is super powerful. And when you think about the open source community, now it's just one button keeping you from contributing to that open source project. And I just think that is so powerful and meaningful, especially when you don't have the ability to just turn around and ask someone for help setting up your machine. I love CodeSpaces, clearly, because I get to work on it all day long, and our developers are super excited about it as well.
Now, here's the thing. I want to be clear. Like, what is it that CodeSpaces is doing? Because I think you talked about all the awesome benefits, because they are awesome. But what is actually happening? Because I want people to understand what's actually happening, because when I saw it, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So tell us what's actually happening.
Yeah, so what CodeSpaces, what our service is doing is we actually build a container that has everything you need. So if you are already using Docker files for your environment setup, we can actually leverage that if you drop it into your repo. And we can use that to actually build that custom container for you. If you don't have a Docker file, we also have
that's a good point.
Universal image.
CodeSpaces in Azure DevOps.
And that is great for things that have PHP, Python, we've got Node, we've got the Docker CLI already in there for you so that you can really customize it if our universal image isn't enough. And so when we build that for you, we then allow you to connect to it through this web-based VS Code in a browser or through Visual Studio Code with our extension. What you saw in my demo is our GitHub integration, and that's in private preview. So you can sign up to get that integration, but right now you could go to Visual Studio CodeSpaces and use it with VS Code or VS Code in the browser. And like I said, for our VS users, you can go ahead and sign up for our private preview if you check out aka.ms/VSCS.
And the thing about that is that, it blows my mind because you're basically building a container of the actual environment. Now, does it save that container so it's a faster restart the next time, or how does that work?
Yeah, so you can keep that code space around. You can come back to it, you can suspend it, you can change which client you're using to access it. And when you're done with it, you can just delete it. So for things like pull requests, where you just want to check out some code, see it run, make sure it works, you can quickly build a code space for that, check it out, and then delete it and move on.
This is absolutely nuts to me. Like, I remember like the first day of every job, the first week, all right, I'm going to install Windows. Boop, 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 right? And then, oh, I need this version of Visual Studio, boop, 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 right? And then like 2 weeks later, you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. But literally with a click of a button and a couple of minutes, like it might even be less than a couple of minutes, but
I think you got the sound effects wrong, though.
It's like
really?
maybe a minute.
It's pretty cool. And so, yeah, there you go. We need to make that into a thing. And I just press the button.
Apparently it's a ringtone.
Well, it should be. Well, last but not least, Maddie, I'm going to say your kitchen is legit, first of all.
Oh,
thank you.
One
I did
correction.
tweet it out.
I said that link wrong.
Yeah.
You're just going to want to Google Visual Studio Code Spaces to get to our sign up.
Fantastic.
With Bing.
Google with Bing. That's how I say it. Google with Bing. All right, Maddie. So your kitchen is beautiful. Just want to say that, number one. Number two, that demo where Scott was messing with your code and it reflected directly on your phone, like that was your literal phone, right?
Yep, that was my iPhone.
Okay, so tell us how that wizardry worked, and hopefully you didn't have to sacrifice any animals to make that, because holy cow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is. There's so much cool things going on for developer productivity in Xamarin right now. And that was actually two of our, I call them hot tools, hot reload and hot restart, working together with live share. So there was a whole setup. I was at my kitchen island. I finished my lunch, ran back to my desk for this. And I had my iPhone plugged in to my laptop using hot restart, which is basically a way that we deploy your apps when you build them even faster. And it's cool because it just takes a subset of the app of what's changed and spits it back over to the device over the wire. Sweet. Then I was live shared with Scott, and then Scott changed some stuff, and it changed in the file because it's live share, it's on my environment, and that triggered a hot reload, which is how we change the UI on your running app when you're actually debugging it. So it's a really nice way to, if you're just tweaking your UI, tweaking your XAML, see those changes reflected instantly while you're running with your
The fact that you did it on an iPhone without a Mac or without Xcode anywhere in the picture is what's impressive.
First of all, Scott, your choice of coloring kind of was off.
I didn't expect
that. Kind
that.
of made it all. Just want to throw that out there, just a tad. But it's cool that you were able to do. It was over live share that you were able to do this kind of thing. Now, tell me, in your experience with live share, give me like maybe a 10-second bullet of why people should start thinking about using it.
Because I'm home and I am not the best coder, and I can live share with someone and they can fix my broken project right there. That's it.
Yes, that's exactly
Well,
why.
I mean, this is pretty cool. You all are rock stars.
Live share is going to blow up.
Everything about the keynote. I loved how it was in teams, and it feels like if we can get a wide shot, it feels like I'm on like ESPN or something. Look at this. So tell us about the sports ball thing.
I have studio envy right now.
Right? Okay, so it's conversations like this that get me excited for Build each and every year. Thank you all for joining us. We've got more key segments, more interviews, and more deep dives, and more for you to explore. But first, it's time for our next key segment with our own Scott Guthrie as he pulls on the red polo. Let's go to that right now.
Yes. Quick bio break, guys, between sessions. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Build 2020. We have some great content and announcements to share today, and I'm going to be joined by some amazing speakers. Our mission at Microsoft is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. And our goal is to empower developers with the platforms and tools that'll make you incredibly successful. In this presentation, we're going to walk through and demo our latest development tools and cloud platform innovations. Developers are the driver of innovation in the world we live in today. And this is especially true now as the world has had to go even more online, and as every organization is having to rethink and rework their business. Developers are more critical than ever before. With Azure, we've built an end-to-end cloud that enables developers to focus on building apps and not have to worry about the underlying infrastructure the apps run on. Azure is open, and it supports your favorite development language, open source framework, or tool. Azure also makes it easy for you to learn new skills and grow your career. Every developer is welcome with Azure. And over the last few years, we've seen developers across the globe invent, build, and deploy some truly amazing solutions using Azure. Over 95% of the world's largest companies are running their businesses using Azure today. And throughout the Build event, many of our customers will share their stories about how Azure is helping them achieve business success and how we are partnering with them during these challenging times. We've also been rapidly building out our Azure regions. We now have 61 Azure data center regions around the world. This allows you to run your apps close to your employees and customers wherever they are, and also helps you meet local data residency requirements. We recently added new regions in Israel, Mexico, Spain, Italy, Poland, and New Zealand, and we're building out all of this cloud infrastructure in a sustainable way. Every organization is affected by COVID-19. Microsoft is working closely with thousands of organizations around the world to help them use the Microsoft Cloud to address today's challenges. Businesses and organizations of all sizes are adopting solutions to enable remote work while staying secure and creating brand new applications because of the pandemic. Swedish Health Services, one of the largest nonprofit health providers in Washington State, built an emergency response solution using Azure, Power BI, and Power Apps. It allows them to track and manage real-time insights of bed and staff capacity, COVID patient statistics, discharge pipeline, and even see supplies on hand like masks and gloves in the burn rate on critical supplies. And the source code for the solution has been published as open source on GitHub and has been adopted by healthcare providers around the world. We're also helping organizations around the world to enable their employees to work remotely in a secure way with Microsoft 365 and Azure. Microsoft 365, which runs on Azure, is playing a critical role in helping organizations stay connected through video meetings, calls, and chats. And Teams has experienced a significant spike in usage and now has over 75 million daily active users and over 4 billion meeting minutes per day. It is a cloud-native application built on Azure, and the fact that it was built on Azure was critical enabling them to handle this sudden hockey stick of growth. Teams is built using a microservice-based architecture that takes advantage of technologies like Azure Kubernetes Service and Azure Service Fabric. And this enabled them to dramatically scale up to millions of compute cores as usage increased because of COVID.
Damn.
Teams also uses platform services like Azure Cosmos DB and Azure Media Services, and uses a fully automated DevOps approach using Azure DevOps. And what's great is that all of these services are broadly available for you to use as well. Using Azure, you can build cloud-native solutions that can scale to literally any business need. With Azure, you have access to an end-to-end cloud platform with over 100 highly engineered platform services that provide you with building blocks and a secure foundation for all your applications. And in the rest of this presentation, we're going to go deeper on a number of these services and how you can use them to create great apps of their own. I'll be joined by a few guest speakers who will cover developing for the cloud, cloud-native applications, analytics, and machine learning. And to start, I'd like to welcome Amanda Silver, who will be joining me today to talk about our latest innovation for developing for the cloud. Here's Amanda.
Thank you, Scott. I'm Amanda Silver, the CVP of Product for the Visual Studio family and our developer experiences. I'm delighted to be able to join you today from my home office. I want to express gratitude to the developers that built the apps and infrastructure that connect us today all over the world. Now let's talk about developing for the cloud. The developer experience for Azure brings best-in-class tools, SDKs in every programming language, and a platform to support continuous collaboration and delivery. Developers building modern apps all face common challenges. Every team needs to ship faster and iterate with confidence. Agility is top of mind. We all focus on faster time to market and shorter lead times to bootstrap new projects. With a more rapid cadence, we still need to ship confidently and securely. Let's face it, We work in one of the most dynamic industries. We're learning all the time, and that's why we love it. We're constantly expected to master new technologies, whether it's new languages, new frameworks, or new cloud services architectures. We're dealing with a ton of complexity and novelty. Now, more than ever, we need to collaborate with colleagues down the hall, down the road, or on the other side of the planet. Azure has an end-to-end developer experience that helps you create reliable, global, and secure applications faster. You can use your favorite languages, open source frameworks, and tools that make you feel at home. Azure provides services that enable developers to focus on building applications without having to worry about infrastructure. You can build, test, and deploy from your code to the cloud with Azure Tools and GitHub Actions. Our tools have integrated collaboration to help you and your team master new skills together. The app I'm about to show you is based on a common app architecture for modern cloud apps, a static web app, aka a SPA, backed by some serverless APIs. I used pre-built services in Azure to complete authentication, video transcription, geospatial services, and storage, and plugged them into my app as Azure functions. The result is a geo-distributed serverless web application. I can quickly scaffold this Azure static web app in the portal, initialized from a Git repo. That then creates a series of GitHub actions to set up continuous integration and continuous deployment for me. If a new developer wants to contribute to the app, with Azure, they can get a dev box set up in seconds and access it from any device. Let me show you how my team and I are collaborating remotely to build a cool new Azure static web app. Let's start with Donovan.
Thanks, Amanda. This is Sunrise Standup. It's the app that we use because our team is globally distributed and working remotely so that we can see what everyone's working on. You can record a short video and tell everyone what you've been up to.
Hey, Thomas here. Everything is going well in Switzerland.
All this code is sitting inside of a GitHub repository. My goal, get the code out of this repository and into an Azure static web app. To do that, I'm going to visit the Azure portal. Click on Create Resource and search for Static Web App. Now simply click on this tile, click on Create, and then fill in the form. I want to create a new resource group that I'm going to call Sunrise. I'm going to call the app Sunrise as well. I pick my region, and then I sign in with my GitHub. Signing in with GitHub is going to give Azure access to all my organizations, allow me to select my repository, and then from my repository, select my branch. Now I can go ahead and click on Create. In the background, Azure and GitHub are working together to make sure that I have a GitHub Actions pipeline. GitHub Actions is a workflow automation engine that's built into GitHub that allows me to create CI/CD pipelines. CI, or continuous integration, is the practice upon which every commit to the repository, the code is downloaded, compiled, tested, and packaged for deployment.
That's
Continuous
really cool.
delivery, or CD, is the practice of taking that package and safely deploying it into the resources inside of Azure. If I go over here and click on the resources, we can see that there's a URL we can click, and also the GitHub Actions have already been configured and are running in the background. Now what I'm going to do is simply click on this URL and navigate to our application that is now running in the cloud. The GitHub Actions have run and safely deployed our code into production. One other thing I wanted to point out was we also have this map feature. Now it's not complete yet, but what we're going to do is we're going to have Amanda show you just how easy it is to add new functionality to this map by using Azure Static Web Apps.
So Donovan just reminded me that I need to add pins to our Azure maps so that we can visualize our global team. Now what that means is that I need to add another endpoint to this Azure Static Web application. Now what you can see here is that I already have the Azure Static Web App in my Visual Studio Code instance, and everything's defined by convention. So I have all of the APIs under this API folder. Get GitHub Avatar, get SAS token, get videos. And as you can see, I'm already running everything locally on my machine so that I can iterate really quickly as a developer. So we have get videos, get GitHub Avatar, and get SAS token. And you can see that the Azure Functions application is up and running, and I can actually run the Sunrise Stand-Up app right here. I can go ahead and play this.
Greetings, everyone. Brian Benz here in Las Vegas.
All right, so he's in Las Vegas. Let's go see if we can see him on the map. Unfortunately, no dice. There are no pins on the map, so we need to fix this. Let's go back to our Visual Studio Code instance. All right, so what you can see is that I have this application in Visual Studio Code, but what's really cool is that if I install the Azure Static Web Apps extension into Visual Studio Code, I get some really key functionality in a few important spots. Now, one of the areas that I get additional functionality is if I go into the Azure Viewlet, you can see that I have the Static Web Apps Viewlet right here. Now, I need to add the additional API endpoint. So all I need to do is to click on this lightning button. Now, it's a lightning button, maybe because it happens really fast, so pay attention. I just need to create a new endpoint, get locations for the name, and you can see that it actually scaffolds out a new function for me right here. And it does everything on the back end as well. So all I need to do then is just replace this with the code that I want to write. Okay, so now that we have that code written, we want to see if it actually works. So let's go back and look at another spot that the extension adds some pretty cool functionality. In addition to being able to launch the node functions, I can also launch a full stack application with the Azure Static Web Apps application, which launches both the back end with the functions as well as the front end for the full stack app. So I'm just going to switch to that and we're going to start debugging. And as you can see, it's going to actually kick off a new debug process. It's going to run npm install. It's basically going to get the Azure Functions runtime up and running super, super quick. Cool. So now we actually have the Azure Functions running right here. So now let's go look at the app again and see if it's working. So now we can see that the pins are actually loaded, and we can see Mr. Benz from Las Vegas. But what's really cool is we can visualize our global team. But even better, this app is already globally distributed without me having to do anything. Just by using Azure Static Web Apps, it's actually been globally distributed all over the world, so everybody on the team gets super quick access to the application. Now I just need to get this fixed to Donovan. So let's go back, and then I can use the GitHub pull request extension to create a new pull request from right inside Visual Studio Code. So I can just go ahead and create a new pull request. It'll automatically be populated by my commit. So I can choose master, add map endpoint, and that will create a new pull request. Now, all I need to do is just add Donovan as one of the reviewers to this pull request. Click OK, and he should get the message.
Where does this part even go? I just hope I can find it on the internet. Oh, even better, a notification from work. This is a pull request notification coming from Microsoft Teams thanks to the GitHub app. As we can see, Amanda completed her changes, and I can click on this link and jump right to them inside of GitHub. A PR allows me to review the code before I merge it into master. Reading the code is one thing, but running the code, that's even better. But I don't have all the tools that I need on this machine. Luckily, Azure Static Web Apps has me covered. I simply click on the link that's automatically added to every pull request that allows me to see the code actually running in a staging environment. And as we can see, Amanda did a fantastic job. We can see the pins, we hover over the pins, we can see the avatars of the users. The one thing I wish I could change is the theme. Here in my garage, it's really difficult to look at this light theme. But a dark theme, that would be better. But again, I don't want to run upstairs. I don't want to have to get cleaned up. I just want to do it right here off of this machine. And luckily, CodeSpaces turns any web browser into a development machine. Even this old machine that I use in the garage. It has no development tools on it, and I installed Linux on it just for fun. But I can actually use CodeSpaces to develop. Clicking on this link is going to spin up an entire development environment for me in the cloud, far more powerful than the machine that I'm holding. It's going to have Visual Studio Code on it. I can install all my favorite extensions, and all the libraries and frameworks
Anybody else
I
see
need will
I
automatically
think that's an
be
850
installed.
back there.
Now that my environment is spun up, I can do what I would normally do. I
If you
can
know
open
your
the file
beamers.
that I want to modify. I can go ahead and import the dark theme. And just like I would if I was upstairs, I can simply click on debug. Doing that is going to spin up all of the functions, which is the back end that we talked about earlier, and the changes that Amanda just made. Then I can click on this link that's going to allow me to see my changes right here in real time.
I could set breakpoints, I could step through the code, but as we can see, the dark theme was applied correctly. I can commit this code right here from the web browser and go about my business trying to fix my car. When you combine the power of Azure Static Web Apps, GitHub Actions, and code spaces, you turn every device you're holding into a development machine. Thank you so much, everyone.
Today, I'm excited to announce Azure Static Web Apps. Modern single-page applications don't rely on traditional web server frameworks. They deliver static web apps with less compute using serverless APIs. These apps can be built using frameworks like Angular, React, and Vue, or static site generators like Gatsby. All you need to do is check in your code, build, and deploy, code to cloud. With minimal Azure configuration, your app is deployed globally in minutes, and you can optionally configure routing, authentication, and custom domains. Azure has an end-to-end developer experience that makes it effortless to go from your idea to code to the cloud. Back to you, Scott.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Amanda. As Amanda showed, one of the unique things we're trying to do is to really provide you with developer tools that make you incredibly productive when building Azure-based solutions. And as part of that, we're also delivering great cloud-native services that enable you to focus on developing your apps versus spending your time on the infrastructure below them. And I'd like to invite Jeff Holland now to talk about building cloud-native applications on Azure. Here's Jeff.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Jeff Holland, Principal Program Manager for Azure Serverless, and I am thrilled to be with each of you here today at Build from my home office.
Finally, somebody with a good microphone.
Let's talk some more about Azure. Azure provides a number of services to enable developers to focus on their apps and not the infrastructure. We're excited to share that everything from Kubernetes to AI, we have over 1,000 new features and improvements. We also have unique end-to-end solutions so that you can partner with non-traditional developers to harness talent across your organization in building these apps. Let's start with Kubernetes. Azure Kubernetes Service is enterprise grade by design. It's a fully managed Kubernetes offering to build, scale, and run your deployments. We've recently announced a number of improvements to AKS. Windows container support is now generally available, so you can bring existing Windows applications, lift and shift them to run in a fully managed Kubernetes service in Azure, the best cloud for .NET. So these applications get the benefits of scalability, portability, and self-healing that Kubernetes provides. Private Link allows you to communicate with the Kubernetes APIs all within your private virtual network. And spot pricing provides cost benefits for workloads like batch processing or machine learning that can tolerate some interruptions. Now, just as important as the compute is the data for your apps. And Azure has a number of flexible options for you to choose the right database. There's fully managed versions of Microsoft SQL, MySQL, MariaDB, Redis, Cosmos DB, and more. Each of these fully scalable and backed by an SLA. This gives you the productivity that you need, but the freedom to leverage the tools your team prefers. Today, we're announcing more cost-effective options for running Cosmos DB. The serverless capabilities coming soon enable you to efficiently run your workloads, even with spiky workloads. You can use the auto-scale feature to have your database instantly scale, but still get that single digital millisecond latency and our 99.999% availability SLAs. Wow. Using auto-scale with the new Cosmos DB free tier, your first 400 RUs of throughput and 5 gigabytes of storage are completely free. Now, moving to AI,
Microsoft.
AI is opening up new scenarios for every type of application. And any developer with any skill set can start to use AI with Cognitive Services. Cognitive Services provides the most complete options for models ranging from vision, speech, language, and more. So in just a few lines of code, you can start to access these models, no machine learning experience required. Each of these models is customizable, so you can fine-tune it based on your data and your application. We continue to innovate with Cognitive Services. Personalizer is the only reinforcement learning-based AI rationalization service. And today we're announcing a new capability, Apprentice Mode. so that you can run it alongside your existing recommendation solution, providing high accuracy results from the moment you deploy the service. Recently, we announced new voice options for cognitive services, newscast, customer service, and digital assistant, enable developers to tailor the voice of their apps to meet their unique brand and their unique scenarios. Finally, you can run cognitive services anywhere using containers. And today we're expanding that support with general availability of text analytics and language understanding. Our tools enable everyone to be a part of the developer community and accomplishing tasks like building microservices and APIs and using low-code platforms. As you know, Azure has a number of options to write applications using any language, but often one of the best ways to surface that information to end users is by pairing it with the Power Platform. The combination of Azure, the Power Platform, and Dynamics 365 is incredibly unique. It lets developers focus on those high-value tasks and accelerates the delivery of these cloud-based applications. Power Apps is our low-code platform for developers and citizen developers to build rich applications quickly and easily. Power Apps is a low-code environment to write apps for both web and mobile. So I want to show you how we can use this to build an application. And we're going to build an app inspired by how we've seen our users leveraging cloud-native tech as part of the COVID-19 response. The mobile application was built using Power Apps, and it's calling data and services that's running in Azure. I'm using those tools that I love that Donovan and Amanda showed us earlier today to build this application. So I'm showing this application now on my mobile device. This is an app for screening at different points of entry around the world. So I could come in and enter the details or the symptoms of a traveler at this point of entry. Or if they filled out a form ahead of time, I'll actually select this scan button and I can go ahead and scan a form. After I select to use this photo, it's now scanning this image and automatically filling in each of the fields here. So now when I select submit, all of the text was filled in without me having to do any typing. So let's show how we built this experience. We're going to start here in the Azure portal, and every application needs data. And for us, we're going to be using Azure Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is perfect because it auto-scales to trillions of events every single second. I can already see some of the data here that we've uploaded to our database. For instance, I can navigate to screenings and see those details here. I'm even using the new Cosmos DB free tier, so I'm storing and retrieving this data at no cost. Now that we have our data here in the cloud, I want to be able to access it through an API. So if I come back over here to Visual Studio, I can create a brand new ASP.NET app. I'm going to select the Web API project. Now I need to get this API connected to that Cosmos DB database. And the new connected services experiences is just what I need. I'll go ahead and select to add a dependency here. I'll select to add Cosmos DB. Visual Studio is connected to my Azure account, so I'll select my database. It's pulling in the connection details for me. I have the simple configuration option to choose to either store these details locally in a secrets file or securely encrypt them within Azure Key Vault so they don't even stay on my machine. Now, once I'm connected to Cosmos DB, we can go ahead and start to write some code. You can see here, this is an example of one of our API controllers. This is for screening data, so I can get screenings either by ID or all of them. I'm actually using the .NET Entity Framework with the Cosmos DB SDK, so I have something here like a link statement. Now, I want to be able to test these statements, and I want to try this API, but testing APIs can be cumbersome because I don't always have a UI to drive the experience, so I'm fiddling with CLIs or other tools to try to navigate.
Yeah.
But I want to showcase this pretty cool new tool right inside of Visual Studio and .NET called HTTP REPL. What HTTP REPL allows me to do is browse and debug my API the same way I would navigate a folder structure. So I'll start a debug session. It's going to open up this console window. You'll notice instead of being connected to the C drive, I'm connected to localhost. I can now navigate using dir, or if I want, I can type ls. It's going to return back to me the different endpoints, including our screening data that we were just looking at.
Okay.
Let's navigate to it and even do a
That's pretty
get.
sweet.
It's now executing my code
like a
and
folder
returning that
structure
data
for your
from
API.
Cosmos DB now within my Visual Studio project. So we have some code working. I want to now deploy this to run in the cloud. And my first step is going to be checking this into GitHub. Let's add a quick commit message here. I'll push this up to GitHub and navigate over to our repo. This is just a regular GitHub repo, but I have a GitHub action that is kicked off and is running now. This is just like the action that Donovan showed you earlier today. For my project, it's taking the .NET API, it's containerizing it inside of Docker. I'm going to publish that container to Azure's container registry, and finally deploy it to run in the Azure Kubernetes service. Now my code can run across incredibly elastic compute, so I'm confident that this API can scale to whatever demands my mobile application might have. So my app is now running inside of Kubernetes, but I want to build some experiences around it. I need to put it in the hands of my health screening professionals. And rather than having to code this application manually by hand to target all the various devices my team might be using, I'm going to leverage Power Apps to quickly surface this data in an experience. You can see here in the Power Apps Studio, I can visually create this mobile application in just a few hours. I have access to over 300 connectors out of the box, or I can use our own API, this screening API now running in Kubernetes. Let's go ahead and add some information to this screen. I'll come in and insert a vertical gallery. I can even go ahead and choose the data source. Let's choose that screening data that we've been looking at so far. I can move the table down, go ahead and resize it. I can customize the look and feel by choosing the layout. I like this title layout right here, so we'll go ahead and select that. I even have the option to choose different fields to surface. Because I've published this API through Azure, it knows, hey, I have things like contact number and visitor name from this API. So I'll go ahead and select it to show the visitor name and contact number. So we've customized our form to show exactly how we want. Now, this is a full mobile app. It could run across Windows, Android, any device. You can see here, I have a number of screens here, including our main screen and that screening data form. And I want to show you how we hooked this form up to those AI capabilities that let me scan a picture.
Do you even need to code to be a developer anymore?
Still in the Power Apps experience to enhance my app with
awesome.
AI. I have a number of capabilities at my disposal, like object detection. I want to go ahead and choose form processing. We'll give our model a name. It's going to let us upload a few sample images. And after I upload a few samples, it's going to create and train a machine learning model for me. Without having to write any code, I can now come back over here to Power Apps and tell it, hey, if someone clicks the scan button, go ahead, call that forms processing model. I can now map this to those different fields and do all the typing for me. So our app looks pretty good now, and I just need to publish it to get in the hands of our users. And our team, just like the 75 million others out there, has been using Microsoft Teams heavily during the COVID-19 crisis. And with new capabilities, I can now go ahead and choose to take any Power App and instantly add it to my team. By clicking this button, now my application has been deployed to whatever teams, whatever channels, or my entire organization. So now everyone using this Teams app has access to it, instantly deployed. So let's open up my phone again. I can select to see the apps I have here, and there's that COVID screening app integrated in the Teams experience, in this case on my mobile device. I can go ahead and open it up, and I could start to conduct those screenings. So you can see by using cloud native tech, I was able to build this application very efficiently, both in terms of cost and in effort. Only Microsoft provides a solution that spans from the power of Kubernetes to the collaboration of Microsoft Teams, all in a single cloud-native platform. Thank you so much. Scott, back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Now, Starbucks is a great example of a customer who's using the combination of Azure, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Power BI, and Teams to drive solutions across their business. And to share more about some of the great work that Starbucks is doing, I'd like to invite Julia White from Microsoft and Jerry Martin Flickinger, Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer from Starbucks.
Thank you so much, Scott. Now, Jerry, great to be here today. I, of course, have my Starbucks ready to go.
And do I.
Perfect. Now, Starbucks has been on a journey with technology around their transformation, and gosh, starting with Office 365 back in 2015, and then adding things like Power BI and GitHub, and then even more recently, Azure Sphere. So I'd love to understand what that journey's looked like for Starbucks.
It really has been a transformation. The first is helping our partners grow, and partner is what we call all of our employees. We've done this by ensuring that we're actually promoting intellectual curiosity and embracing a growth mindset. Every year, we have a number of learning journeys for all of our partners, including something we call the Starbucks Innovation Expo. This past year, both Satya as well as Brad Smith came and spoke to our partners, and it was so encouraging and enlightening and really brought a new perspective on the external tech market. We have really evolved from an organization that focused heavily on buying and installing software to one that also builds and thinks about modern techniques like microservices and CI/CD pipelines. We leverage the cloud extensively for scalability and flexibility. We're using AI ML for hyper-personalization in many of our customer digital properties. We are really thoughtful about making sure that our architecture is going to carry us into the future and give us the kind of agility and ability to innovate quickly that we need. So it's been a great transformation journey so far. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Jared, for joining us, and thanks for sharing your perspective and your learning. So with that, I'll hand back to Scott.
Great. Thank you, Julia and Jerry. It's great to see how Starbucks is rapidly evolving to the changing needs of their employees and customers using Microsoft technologies. Now, as part of that change, every organization is looking to use data and AI to run their business more effectively. And with Microsoft Azure, we provide a rich set of services and capabilities that make it easy for you to do this. To talk about our latest innovations here, I'd like to welcome Rohan Kumar.
Thank you, Scott. Hello, everyone. I'm Rohan Kumar, Corporate Vice President Engineering of Azure Data. I'm really excited to be here joining the keynote from my home office. It is becoming increasingly clear that predictive analytics using AI and machine learning is a critical element in every enterprise customer's digital transformation journey. Let's start by looking at what's new in Azure Analytics and machine learning and how it can help you build your solutions in much easier and faster than ever before. Synapse significantly reduces the complexity of building and operating end-to-end analytical solutions by enabling a simple, intuitive, visual, no-code experience. We've deeply integrated Synapse with Power BI and Azure Machine Learning, making them an industry-leading combination to build predictive analytic solutions. Customers can continue running their existing data warehouse workloads in production today with Azure Synapse and will automatically benefit from the new capabilities which are in preview. While we have taken a huge leap forward with Synapse, the barrier between operational databases and analytical systems has been difficult to overcome. Current solutions involve creating ETL pipelines which are extremely complex, very expensive, and challenging to maintain. These pipelines often cause significant delay of hours, days, or even weeks, resulting in decisions being made on stale data. Which is why we are very excited to announce Azure Synapse Link. Synapse Link is the industry's first cloud-native implementation of hybrid transaction analytical processing. Synapse Link links your Azure operational databases to Synapse, providing the ability to get immediate insights for your business. In fact, as soon as a transaction is recorded in your operational database, it'll be available in columnar format for analytics in mere seconds. And the best part, all it takes is a click of a button and we'll handle all the work for you. No need to build and manage extremely complex and expensive ETL pipelines or worry about negative impact on the performance of your transactions. Instead of understanding what happened yesterday or last week, Synapse Link enables you to understand what is happening now, providing clarity in an instant. And in these uncertain times, making decisions based on the now is very critical as businesses must react to sudden changes. Available in Cosmos DB today, we will get this to other Azure operational databases over time. Let's see Synapse Link in action through a demo. For the purpose of this demo, please imagine that I'm a data engineer at a large automotive company. We have multiple factory locations worldwide sending data from their production lines. I'm accountable to author and maintain a KPI dashboard using Power BI for our business users. In the past, we were never up to date with what's happening on the factory floor, which resulted in several fire drills. We addressed that challenge using Synapse Link. Let us see how we made that happen. We deal with a very high volume of data and have extreme low latency requirements. Since our manufacturing plants are in multiple regions worldwide, support for features like geo-replication is essential for us to build highly responsive applications and workloads. Azure Cosmos DB is the perfect operational database given our requirements. Now, to avoid any disruptions to our supply chain, we need the database to serve our parts catalog and ingest input feeds from our factory floor in real time 24/7 globally with zero downtime. We've achieved 5 nines of availability with Cosmos DB using the multi-region, multi-master rights. Now, as you can see on the screen, my Cosmos DB database is ingesting millions of transactions per second and is able to serve data with single-digit millisecond latency. Now, my Cosmos DB database also happens to be the source repository for our failure reports. Let me show you using the Data Explorer view what the documents look like inside the database. Let me go ahead and click the supply chain database here and pick the quality assurance folder and items. Now, as you'll see on the screen in a short while, there's a JSON document for every quality test report for all our manufactured items. It contains all attributes of the report, including the part ID, description, and the test result. This is exactly the data that we need real-time access to enable immediate insights on failure rates. Welcome, Synapse Link. With a single click, I can enable Synapse Link on my Cosmos DB account and select a Synapse workspace, an existing one, where my analytical queries will be run. Now, behind the scenes, Synapse Link created a live, optimized columnar representation of the Cosmos DB's operational data and made it available to Synapse without impacting the performance of Cosmos DB's transactions. I did not have to spend any time or resources building highly complex, very expensive, and hard to maintain ETL pipelines. It just works, which is awesome. Now let me go to my Synapse workspace and query the live Cosmos DB data using the Synapse link that we just created. Here in my Synapse workspace, I can bring together all my enterprise data integration, data warehousing, and big data analytics into a single unified experience for my immediate BI and machine learning needs. Let me enter the Data Hub. Using the Data Hub in Synapse Studio, I can access all my data that's being managed by Synapse, including files, tables, datasets, etc. I can also access the real-time data that's enabled through Synapse Link from Cosmos DB. With a simple right-click, I can create a new SQL script or create a notebook to run a Spark job on my live Cosmos DB data. Let me go ahead and bring up a SQL script that I wrote earlier that essentially gets real-time failure rates from the Cosmos DB feed. You'll notice that when I rerun the script, the timestamps get updated. The view that you see in the result set is not from last week or yesterday or even the last hour. The view that you see is from what's happening right now, which is really cool. Now we've deeply integrated Synapse with Power BI, which enables me to create Power BI reports and enterprise-grade semantic models right from within the Synapse's workspace. Now, this is the dashboard that's being backed by the Synapse SQL query that you just saw to get the failure rates. Let me go ahead and refresh this Power BI report to get real-time insights. Now, our business users can rely on this dashboard to deal with incidents as they happen in real time. Now, as you can see on the screen, the failure rate for some of the parts is higher than the expected threshold. Let's figure out how to go handle this problem. Now, using the data flows in Synapse, I've already ingested the stock levels and prices from all our suppliers in our SAP system and supplier contracts and delivery terms from our Dynamics 365 system. Now, to mitigate the current situation, we need to find a supplier to source the parts whose failure rate is above the acceptable threshold. To predict the next best supplier, I need to join the Synapse Link-enabled live data from Cosmos DB, which has the list of the bad parts, with the supplier data from Dynamics 365 and the stock levels and the pricing data from SAP, and run a predictive analytics query across the combined data set. The SQL query that you see on the screen captures this logic. Now, one of the things that I want to showcase is the use of the predict function in the SQL query, which allows us to apply a model that was created in Azure Machine Learning to score against the combined data set. Let me go ahead and run this query. Now, in the results section in a few seconds, you're going to see a ranked order list of suppliers that meet our requirements. You know, I'm not a data scientist, and Synapse made it really easy for me to do predictive analytics by leveraging the model that was created in Azure Machine Learning to get the results, the predictive analytic results that I want. Now let's go ahead and go back to our Power BI report and add these predictive insights to this report so we can share them with our business users. Doing that is really simple. Just a few little clicks to add the insights that we want. I go ahead and click here and get the high value, and that's it. When I go ahead and click save, these new predictive insights have been added to the Power BI report and shared with all the business users. Now they can go to Power BI online and double click to understand more details of how the prediction was made, what elements of the machine learning model influenced the prediction decision. It gives them a little bit more insights, deeper insights into what happened behind the scenes. Now, some of you may be wondering, how did I create the model that I used in the predict function? Here I am in the new Azure Machine Learning Studio. It is designed to be a self-contained environment for all your data science needs, from model creation, packaging, deployment, through to monitoring and management. Azure Machine Learning has tools for all skill levels. It has notebooks for a code-first experience, a designer for a drag and drop experience, and my personal favorite, automated machine learning click-through wizard. Let me show you how someone like me, who's not a data scientist, was able to create a state-of-art machine learning model to predict the next best supplier.
Is it automated training?
Let me start by creating a new automated ML run. Now, the very first thing I have to do is pick a data set to train my model against. Now, given the deep integration that we've done between Synapse and AML, the data set over here that I process in Synapse is automatically available to me in the AutoML workflow. Let me go ahead and select that and click Next. Now, there's a few pieces of information that I need to provide, starting with the experiment name. Let me pick an already existing experiment that I have ongoing. The target column to score on, which is the forecast delivery days here. And then finally, a compute environment for AutoML to run the training on. That's it. I go ahead and click Next. And finally, I pick the task type as classification because I'm dealing with a limited set of suppliers, and click Finish. Now, behind the scenes, AutoML is leveraging the compute environment that I provided to train the machine learning model that best suits the requirements that I have. Now, this process is going to take a while. Now, let me show you how easy it is to deploy a model once it gets built. Let me start by clicking the Experiments tab here. And over here, you see the active experiment that I have ongoing. Let me go ahead and select that. Now, in this dashboard over here, you'd see a lot of information about the experiment, the number of models that have already been created, the active one. You see Run 221 is the one that I just started. And there's information around things like the accuracy of the model, etc. Now, let me go ahead and pick Run 166, which is a model that has been recently completed, to show you how easy it is to complete the deployment. From here, I just select the algorithm name, and that's it. I'm here on the screen where I can just click the deploy button, and then this model which I have built automatically gets available for Synapse to run SQL queries, Spark queries on. That's it. It's that simple.
Dude.
As organizations look to adopt AI,
Wow.
they face a major challenge in developing and using AI responsibly. Customers want to understand the inner workings of their AI models.
That's impressive.
To address these concerns, we are announcing several new capabilities in Azure Machine Learning. These are designed to empower data scientists and developers to understand, protect, and control data and models throughout the machine learning lifecycle. With these new capabilities, they can understand model behavior by getting explanations of how models work at both training and inferencing, as well as assessing fairness and mitigating bias. Protect through differential privacy compute capabilities to build models using sensitive data while safeguarding the privacy of individuals. Control by tracking the entire machine learning process and maintaining an audit trail of all the machine learning assets to meet regulatory and compliance requirements. This journey is just the beginning, and I cannot wait to share more with you soon. We can't wait to see what you build with all this amazing innovation. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Rohan. Well, we've covered a lot of territory in this presentation, watched some amazing end-to-end demos, and announced a lot of new services. You're going to see even more throughout these next 2 days in some of the other great sessions that we have here. Developing with Azure puts the latest cloud technology and best-in-class development tools into your hands. No other cloud offers the comprehensive end-to-end platform that the Microsoft Cloud delivers, and we really look forward to the amazing solutions that you build on top of it. Thank you, and have a great event.
That was awesome. What a way to close. All right, I think we're done here. I just want to make sure they're not playing something else next, so bear with me, and then we can chat. We can rap about everything that we just saw for the next few minutes. Oh, hang on. Maybe not.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being a part of Build 2020.
Oh, we've got more.
It is such a pleasure to connect with you all virtually today. The fact that this conference can happen right now, when we are all working and living apart, is really remarkable. We are truly living in an era of remote everything. And it's clear that this is an inflection point for productivity. Microsoft 365 is the world's productivity cloud. And we aspire to make it the best platform for developers to build productivity solutions for work, life, and learning. But we can't do it alone. We need you. And today, you're going to see how we can partner together to create the future of productivity. Our session today is for every developer, from ISVs building their own apps, to corporate developers creating custom solutions, to citizen developers using Teams and Power Platform. As an integrated security and productivity solution, Microsoft 365 is a one-stop shop for everything that people need right now, from remote work to telemedicine to learning. But it's not just a set of finished apps and services. It's also a rich developer platform. This stack diagram summarizes the key components. Our foundation is built on the Microsoft Graph. The Microsoft Graph is the container for all rich data and signals that describe how people and teams work together in an organization to get things done. Then there's a Fluid Framework, a web-based framework for creating collaborative apps using a new component-based architecture. And of course, developers are going to build native apps for Windows, for Mac, for mobile, or use web apps to run across all the platforms. We'll also talk about Microsoft Teams, both a mission-critical tool for remote work and as a platform for developers to simplify and automate business processes and have it run on any device. And finally, we'll share some new innovations to help you build beautiful and productive native apps for Windows. So during today's session, we'll step through the components of this diagram and the opportunities for developers. You'll notice that the layers in the model extend across platforms and devices. And that's because Microsoft 365 is designed for people-centric experiences that follow you no matter what device or operating system that you're using. We are big believers in the power of teams, and we understand that successful teamwork today requires so much more than just connecting during meetings or over chat. So we built Microsoft Teams as a place where people can meet, chat, call, collaborate, all in one place, so that the teams always have the critical context that they need to work together, even when they need to work apart. And we've seen unprecedented growth in Teams over the last 2 months. There are now more than 75 million daily active users, 200 million daily meeting participants, generating more than 4.1 billion daily meeting minutes.
Damn.
And as students and teachers moved to remote learning, we now have over 180,000 institutions in 175 countries using Teams for education. But Teams isn't just an app. It also offers rich developer capabilities. And so professional developers can build apps for Teams and share them to the Teams App Store. And in fact, over the last 2 months, the usage of ISV apps in Teams has more than tripled. And over 285,000 new organizations have deployed third-party apps like Poly, Trello, Jira, and others to their users. In addition, organizations are rapidly building and deploying their own solution to Teams, including low-code apps built using Power Platform. Power Apps in Teams usage has more than tripled since February alone, with companies like Unilever using Power Apps to stay productive even while working apart. So put simply, Teams is changing the way people work and learn. And based on what we are seeing from countries that have started to open their economies back up, it's clear that Teams usage will continue to grow even as people head back to their workplaces. And in a moment, I will turn it over to Archana to talk about the developer opportunity for Teams. But first, let's hear from some of our customers who are using Teams today to keep work moving during this challenging time.
Lots of emphasis on Teams today. I'm feeling that. I wonder if you guys are as well.
We are running our COVID-19 technology response on Teams.
Teams has given us the possibility to continue to innovate, to continue business, and to react, and to decide action.
Bringing up video visits and accomplishing 14,000 visits in a matter of a few weeks.
L'Oréal, since first day, has decided to convert its facilities to produce hand sanitizer.
I can bring them in. I can actually share my screen and show the x-rays.
Completely agree. This is going to be a game changer for medicine.
The university is not only teaching, is research, is building up projects, is creating culture.
We care about keeping London safe, keeping the police service going. We're living on Teams. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Rajesh, and thank you everybody for joining us today. It has been incredibly fulfilling to see how healthcare providers and schools and universities have made Microsoft Teams their workplace. And thanks to developers like you, millions of Teams users are customizing their Teams experiences with applications and workflows. Whether you are an ISP or a systems integrator or an enterprise developer, you can extend Teams in several ways to build workflows for your customers or to streamline your own workflows. You can use connectors to send proactive messages to your Teams channel upon code deployments. You can use messaging extensions to collaborate on pull requests without leaving Teams. You can use bots to stay on top of live sites, collaborate, and mitigate them. You can use tab apps and personal apps to track and manage all your projects in rich, full canvas experiences. You can use all these extensibility points and more to build similar workflows for several other industries. For healthcare, for financial services, for education, for retail, and many, many more. And you can build all these experiences with the tools and frameworks that you like. You can use the Open Web Stack. You can use Microsoft frameworks like the Bot Framework, Adaptive Cards, Graph APIs, SharePoint Framework, and Power Platform. Most importantly, whichever framework you choose to build with, you just build it once. And Teams makes it available across all platforms and across all devices. Now I'm going to show you the new capabilities that make it even easier for you to build on top of
I
Teams.
saw bots and webhooks on that last diagram. That's very interesting.
Easily discover your apps and helps you drive deeper user engagement. Let's take a look. First, let me show you how you can easily build and publish a Teams app. With Teams extensions for Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio IDE, you can take Teams application development tools to directly where you already work. You can pick the type of Teams app you want to build and then build it. You can create a manifest and package your file, validate it, and with a single tap, you can test your application in Teams across desktop and mobile. Once you're ready to publish your app, you can either publish your app to the global Teams App Store, making it available for all the Teams users, or if your app is just for one organization, you can submit it to your IT admin directly for their approval. And ta-da! That's how simple and fast it is to build a Teams app, all under 5 minutes. If you love building low-code, no-code applications, then starting this summer, you can use Power App Studio from within Teams. You can bootstrap your app creation with one of the several solution templates, or you can create one from scratch. You can easily add Power Apps to any of your Teams channels with one click. You can edit and author these apps inline. You can also leverage the common UI component library to build Power Apps that have native Teams experience. With the Teams extensions for Visual Studio and deeper integrations with Power App Studio, you can build and publish Teams apps very, very easily. But building your app is just the beginning. In order to make sure that your app is easily discoverable by users, we have made it even simpler and faster for IT admins to discover, validate, and approve your apps. When you submit a line of business application, your IT admin will get notified in their Teams Admin Center. They can then go ahead and review the app details and publish it. Once an app is published, both line of business applications and ISV applications, IT admins can then easily install and pin these apps for their users, making sure your app is always discoverable. These new Admin Center enhancements will be GA this summer. Okay, now that your app is easily discoverable by users, with 2 new platform integrations, you can drive deeper user engagement. With Azure AAD single sign-on integration, you can enable one-tap sign-in to your app. And with Activity Feed API integration, you now have a new and simple way to notify your users across their devices.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need, more
Users
notifications.
can also easily customize their Teams workspace with apps with simple pin, drag, and drop. And very soon, they can also pop apps into their own windows, letting them multitask with your apps anytime. We are very excited that many of you are already integrating with single sign-on and Activity Feed API in preview. These integrations will be GA this summer as well. The new developer tools make it even easier for you to build on Teams. The friction-free app submission, validation, and approval make sure your app is always discoverable by users. And the new platform integrations let you drive deeper user engagement. Again, thanks to developers like you, the usage of ISV apps and line of business apps in Teams has been growing rapidly. And several of you are also monetizing your solutions via Teams. Since build last year, the number of users engaging with ISV and line of business apps in Teams has grown by 750%. One of our marquee customers, EY, standardized their business processes and workflows on Teams by building 6 line of business applications. EY employees use these applications every single day to communicate and collaborate, resulting in over 250,000 monthly active users for each of these 6 applications. Broad Teams adoption has been a critical milestone in the EY digital workplace transformation story. Now, let's hear from a few partners like you that have built on Teams and delivered customer impact via Teams.
When we decided to migrate from Slack to Teams, one of our goals was to make things better and more effective. And that is done via bots we implemented.
One of the bots is Alice. It helps our engineers with their day-to-day tasks, and it gives them the daily news. The daily news will have how many incidents we had in past 96 hours.
Microsoft Teams is our platform for secure messaging and communication.
We built an app that sits on top of Microsoft Teams, which allows clinicians to be able to capture the right set of information that will allow the patient to get discharged on time.
We can get information from one another in a very rapid fashion. It's really made our lives so much easier.
We chose Teams platform because of the extensive customer base and because it supports deep integrations with enterprise systems. This lets us solve IT problems without ever leaving Teams. The Microsoft Teams platform is very easy to build on. And more importantly, it allows us to reach out to employees no matter where they are.
Teams has really taken off because the students want to stay more connected to their
classmates, their teachers, and their peers. That's where we're really seeing things take off.
When we decided to implement safety for Microsoft Teams, there was already a Java SDK available, so it was really an easy implementation. It's nice when everything works and is in one place.
From a business standpoint, we've seen amazing success on Teams.
So it's clear Microsoft has a strong dedication to student learning.
It is scalable and very, very powerful.
We're now providing Teams safety for about 250,000 students.
Teams has been an absolute rocket ship of a platform.
Of all the technologies that we've implemented in the last 10 years, Teams is the most transformative of all.
Huh, okay. Are we done now?
Well, thank
Nope,
you,
guess
Archana.
not.
That was great. I hope you take away just how focused we are on helping you simplify and accelerate Teams app development. In many ways, Teams is the model for the future of productivity. It brings together everything a user needs to get things done. Meet, chat, call, collaborate, create, all in context, and all available from any device. So the experiences we create are powered by something that is unique to Microsoft's cloud, the Microsoft Graph. The graph helps us understand the way people and organizations work on projects, in meetings, or as an organization. We can then use these insights to build intelligent, people-centered experiences that work across devices, platforms, and applications. The graph is the API to your organization. So whether you're building apps for an enterprise or a startup, fluency in Microsoft Graph is an essential skill that prepares you to build a kind of apps and solutions that we believe will shape the future of productivity. To tell you more about the Graph, let me turn it over to Yina.
Thank you, Rajesh. For many of you, Microsoft Graph might still feel like an abstract concept. So let me show you how we use Microsoft Graph across Microsoft 365 to power so many of our experiences on desktops, on mobile devices, and in browsers, and then talk about it concretely for developers. So I want you to think about Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and all of the files that you have stored in OneDrive and SharePoint. Well, those are connected to the Graph. In Microsoft Teams, we use Microsoft Graph extensively to create and manage teams, channels, tabs, conversations, and more. And so can you using the APIs. And of course, Outlook, which is a rich source of productivity data. Microsoft Graph has all the emails, meetings, tasks, and you can access that with the API and even some of the intelligence behind it, like, for example, the Focus Inbox. Microsoft Graph has so many relevant schemas of data that allows us to build people-centric experiences and that you can use to build rich, contextual, relevant experiences that are uniquely focused around users and organizations. As a developer, you can call into Microsoft Graph using simple HTTP requests and receive standard JSON formatted responses. For those of you who prefer to use the SDKs, well, we have them available in a variety of languages.
Wow.
And we have lots of developer tools available. Our API playground, the Graph Explorer, is getting new functionality, like this new way to see all of the permissions that are required for each API, or see the code snippets using the SDKs. And one of our favorite initiatives, the Microsoft Graph Toolkit, has a new developer playground and, of course, super easy to use web components that are framework agnostic and then you can add to your applications with just a few lines of code. So for developers, I'm going to summarize the opportunity in two things. First, you can use Microsoft Graph to extend Microsoft 365 experiences. For example, you can build an app for Microsoft Teams that is tailored to a particular customer need. And two, you can create your own applications powered by the data and intelligence behind Microsoft Graph. It can be a web application, a mobile application, or many others. So to learn more about Microsoft Graph and getting started developing with Microsoft Graph, go today to graph.microsoft.com.
Hey, thanks, Yina. So getting started at graph.microsoft.com is the first step. Now, can you tell us about the work we are doing to help developers drive adoption and to connect them to our enterprise customers?
Well, Rajesh, because there's so much power, even in a simple data set, it is really important that people understand that these apps are trustworthy. Customers really want to know that the apps that they install come from an authentic source and that they're built according to industry standards and best practices. So today we're announcing the addition of publisher verification and ramping up our app certification process for Microsoft 365 apps. These apps have now badges that customers can see and indicate that Microsoft has verified or certified the application. And then for IT admins, they can configure policies to give these apps preferred treatment in their organization.
So, we know that the graph contains a huge array of rich schemas that developers should consider essential. And it's really important that we are leaning in with the developer community to emphasize the trustworthiness of our ecosystem. So that was great to hear. I'd also like to bring up the point that the graph is more than schemas. It's about services. And we have a set of capabilities that can help developers build productivity solutions that scale to meet the challenges that they're facing as remote work and efficient workflows become not just important, but critically essential to our customers.
Yep, we call these capabilities Microsoft Graph Services. These are productivity and security services powered by Microsoft 365 and Azure that can help you build high-valuable applications. So I'll share 3 kinds of services with you today. First, we have connectors. With connectors, you can move data in and out of Microsoft Graph. So for example, if you want to augment one of our Microsoft 365 services, like Microsoft Search, you can use connectors to index data that is in a line of business service or in another cloud share, or even in your file share system on-prem. And then you can participate in all of the Microsoft 365 search experiences. Then, if you want to take data from Microsoft 365 and move it out into Azure to do some post-processing there and build your own AI experiences, you can do that with connectors as well. Second is a set of services that Microsoft Graph has that help you manage compliance and protect your organization from data leakage and loss. Recently, we started offering developers this set of new security and compliance features, like the introduction of a new Teams chat webhook API that expands our capabilities in this area. And third, we have the knowledge generation services. This is an area where we really see an opportunity for you as a developer to use Microsoft Graph to its full potential. So one of the best ways for me to show you how powerful this is to give you a very quick tour of Project Cortex. Project Cortex uses AI to Microsoft Graph data in your organization to automate content capture and categorization. Cortex then organizes the content and expertise across your teams and systems of record into related topics such as projects, and then creates a knowledge network just for you and your organization. Okay, so let's see what Project Cortex makes possible. Let's say that I am a recently hired employee who was just received an email about a new project. In the message text, you can see we have this word highlighted, core. I don't have previous context about core, but Project Cortex has automatically identified this as a topic in the knowledge network. And when I hover over the word, this topic card appears. From there, I can quickly get an overview of the project, as well as links to relevant people and documents. All of these was automatically generated by mining the knowledge network behind Microsoft Graph. In other words, Cortex generates knowledge tailored specifically and relevantly for you and your organization. Now, the exciting part for you as a developer is that this summer we're adding the new taxonomy and knowledge APIs behind Project Cortex to the Microsoft Graph, so that you can customize the way knowledge in your organization is surfaced and shared. The next thing that I want to share with you is a customer story. It is about how the San Francisco Conservatory of Music is using VegaStream, software built by our partner Magix. This software is connecting to Microsoft Graph in amazing ways. Let's take a look.
Our school has been teaching in person for over 100 years, and this has completely transformed the way we have to think about how to do that.
All right, very good.
Magix is a software company that specializes in audio and video software for creatives. VegaStream is a live video production studio on your computer. We're providing a tool that organizations can use to share their content over the internet. And we're doing this by leveraging the power of Microsoft technologies.
So when COVID hit, we were faced with the problem we might not even be able to finish the school semester. We were given a task of putting all of our classes and performances online in a matter of weeks.
They needed to be able to have visiting musicians give guest lectures. They needed to be able to have students actually do presentations to the rest of the class. And this is what Microsoft Graph makes possible. You have access to the people, the lists, all this information via the Microsoft Graph APIs.
The great thing about Vegas Stream is that it's integrated with Microsoft 365. With this integration, we're able to take information that's within our organization and pull it into Vegas Stream, so we're not having to enter all this data, and then we can broadcast this out to the world.
But now we can also broadcast online concerts, which is just really fantastic, so we can share our art with the public or even with family we can't be with right now. You know, it's more important than ever that we're capable to do that and share that with the world.
I'm really excited to see how this technology will transform classrooms. Even though it's been a challenging time, I think it's a really exciting time as well in seeing how education is going to be changed for the better.
It's a great story and one that really resonates with these times. And I hope that it inspires you to build Microsoft Graph-powered experiences in your own applications. And I have one last experience to share with you. If you watch my friend Scott Hanselman in his developer keynote, you notice that he had an IoT device, a live effects light, just like the one I have behind me. This light is actually powered by an app using Microsoft Graph. The app gets my present status information from Microsoft Teams, whether I'm using Teams on the web, on my laptop, or on my phone. It's using a simple call to the Microsoft Graph, and this light is helping me manage my interactions with my family as I balance working from home every day. It's a simple but powerful demonstration of the Graph capabilities. An IoT device that now knows two things. Who am I and what am I doing? I'm Gina and my kids are ready for this to be done. Back to you, Rajesh.
That's awesome. Thanks, Gina. At Microsoft, we're using the Graph to create valuable, differentiated experiences across our products and services. And you can start using it today to enrich your solutions and create more personalized and productive solutions. So Teams is the collaboration tool for remote work and learning.
Did that clear it
up? And the Graph connects your apps to valuable business context. But what about content-centric collaboration, the heart of so many business processes?
Thanks, guys. Sorry about that.
And that's where Fluid Framework comes in. Fluid Framework is built both for end users and for developers. For end users, Fluid is a new way to collaborate with others. It includes new Fluid components like tables and lists and agendas that can be inserted directly into emails and chats. These Fluid components work a lot like a shared document. Multiple people can edit them simultaneously, and all the changes are broadcast to all the editors. But unlike a document, a Fluid component is fully rendered inline. You don't click on a component and go to another browser tab. You see the entire component in context and can immediately start interacting. For developers, Fluid is a web-based framework that you can use to instantly make your apps collaborative. It includes distributed data structures that perform low latency synchronization and has a relay service to connect different endpoints. If you simply replace your static data structures with Fluid data structures, your app instantly supports real-time collaboration. And using Fluid components, you can embed custom app experiences in other apps, both inside of Microsoft 365 and beyond. So I'd like to introduce Sam, a developer on Fluid core team, to show you how you can use Fluid framework experiences. Sam?
Thanks, Rajesh. I want to show you all two things today. First, how easy it is to build natively multi-user apps with Fluid Framework. And second, how you can embed and share your live web experiences everywhere with the help of Fluid. We architected Fluid for super low latency distributed systems, and yet I have never made more impressive web apps more quickly. We created a set of distributed data structures with the merge logic implemented in the client.js that handle the difficulty of distributed data merge for you. Today, we're going to upgrade a simple web app with Fluid distributed data structures and Fluid components. There's no server code needed, and we're going to do it all in the next 2 minutes. Let me show you. Now, for a hackathon we recently ran, I wanted to build a simple hack tracker to manage all of our incoming projects. The hack tracker has a list of our products to the left and a message board to take notes in the middle. I built this very simple application with React, but of course you could use any front-end framework. While our app lets me take notes locally, it's not wired to anything yet. I also can't share my notes or interact with coworkers during the hack week. It's easy to add all of this functionality with Fluid Framework. Fluid distributes server-side data and logic to the browser and gives me access to distributed app state locally. Again, there's no server needed. These two attributes, combined with our component model, will make upgrading our hack tracker much, much easier. It's just waiting to be wired up. By replacing this JavaScript map with a Fluid shared map, I can quickly bring the application to life. I also have to listen to events on our shared map so that I can update our project list with changes from other users. Now we can reorder and add new projects collaboratively. Let's look at our message board. A tremendous amount of work has gone into making excellent open source rich text editors. So let's take Draft.js, a great text editor, and make it collaborative. This typically users and replicate it into Draft.js's editor context, and another take our editor's context and replicate it into Fluid. This is similar to the project list. We need to change the distributed data structure state locally and then listen for changes from other users. I also included some model adapter code. Now we have live notes during our hackathon week, built using Fluid and excellent open source tooling. While we'll stop here, I could take the time to polish this adapter up and publish it to NPM. Because the server code lives in the client with Fluid, any developer could install our Fluid Framework Draft.js component and deploy it, batteries included. We'll support embedding of Fluid components across M365. For example, I can paste my hack tracker into Teams and share it, always up to date, with everyone in the hackathon. Fluid Framework SDK will come with all the tools you need to make your own collaborative applications. But it also has a component model that makes it easy to reuse and embed your live Fluid parts within other Fluid-enabled web apps. As you can see, we had a group of amazing projects during the hackathon week. People used Fluid to quickly bootstrap a group of live tools, such as a Python environment for the classroom, an alert management tracker, and a collaborative MIDI keyboard. The hack tracker code will be available as part of the Fluid Framework SDK. One of the biggest users of the Fluid Framework is Office. Now we'll hear from Maya and Dan, who will show you how we're planning to integrate Fluid within Office and across applications.
Thanks, Sam. Let me show you how Dan and I use Fluid Framework across the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. I'm writing an email to follow up on next steps. I can pop open this new menu of collaborative Fluid components that's available to me in Outlook and Teams. These components are all built on the Fluid framework that Sam just showed us, so his component could appear here too. Many of these were designed with specific user intents in mind, like action items.
And in that email I just got from Maya, I see she's editing, and it's easy for me to edit too, right here in Outlook.
Now I want to share the action items with another group of people. In this case, we use Teams for quick collaboration, so I can paste the action items right here in our chat. And because we're reusing a Fluid component, we have a single source of truth, no matter which app or device people collaborate on. And it looks like everyone's jumping in to contribute.
Those Fluid components are stored in SharePoint files. Fluid Framework's distributed data structures and component model provide high-scale, low-latency, single source of truth within Teams, Outlook, and Office to power everyday scenarios. We're excited to co-create the future of collaboration together with you.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still SharePoint under there.
Thanks, Sam, Maya, and Dan for showing Fluid Framework in action. As you can see, Fluid Framework opens a whole new world of possibilities. As a developer, you can make any app collaborative by simply adding Fluid data structures. And as an end user, you can start using Fluid components in emails and chats to collaborate in context. But the power of Fluid to advance the state of art in collaboration will really come from the richness of the framework. And to that end, we are excited to announce that we will open source the Fluid framework.
Whoa!
We can't think of a better way to invent the future collaboration than, well, to collaborate with you all. And we invite you to contribute your feedback, your features, and your pull requests. We're excited to see what we'll be able to create together. And we've been working with partners, large and small, to get their feedback. And one partner, Templify, focuses on making document management easier. So let's see what they built with the Fluid framework.
Nice!
In Simplify, we help employees create high-quality business documents fast. People create thousands of documents like memos and proposals every day. They contain content from subject matter experts from different departments and locations. And we help make sure that they are produced fast and using the latest company standards. Composability is exactly what Fluid Framework is built for. So that aligned very much with our way of thinking of documents. So in our demo, we have this proposal where a price has changed. So it needs to be edited. They go into it and see that it's the product department that is maintaining that table of prices. So you edit it, and right away, the product department gets an email with a notification that something was changed. And that is then distributed to all the different places where it's used, no matter if it's documents or presentations or emails. Keeping things up to date and making sure they can collaborate between users and subject matter experts is something that our customers are screaming for. The fact that we are involved very early on in the development process is thrilling to us as developers. Thank you very much.
Now, let's talk about the operating system that so much of this development and usage is taking place on, Windows. Earlier this year, we announced that there are now more than 1 billion monthly active Windows 10 devices across 200 countries from around the world. And we are seeing Windows play a critical role in these changing times, helping people work, learn, and stay connected from home. In fact, people are spending more than 4 trillion minutes on Windows 10 each month, and that is 75% more time than last year. And of course, people are engaging with Windows 10 through apps and tools built by our incredible community of developers. But we also hear the developer community tell us that's not always easy to reach all billion of the Windows 10 devices at once. So today, we are announcing some plans to make it easier for developers to create solutions that work for today and tomorrow. I'd like to welcome Kevin to provide details about how you can build rich apps to reach these billion devices.
Let's take a deeper look at Windows and Microsoft 365 and how you can build more engaging, connected, and of course, beautiful experiences. Windows 10 presents an opportunity to reach more than 1 billion devices, from lightweight, always connected ARM devices to the most productive workstations on Earth. We all want to build apps that people love and that we're proud to ship because they look and work great. But we've heard your feedback that this can be a heavy investment. You want a common platform and a less complicated way to design apps for Windows. So I want to share 3 improvements we're making to the Windows platform. First, we're unifying app development across the 1 billion Windows 10 devices for all your current and future apps. Second, we're creating new opportunities for you to build connected apps using Microsoft 365 integration in the Windows experience. Third, we're leaning into the cloud and enabling new scenarios for your Windows apps. Let's start with how we're making it simpler to build a single Windows app that reaches all Windows 10 devices. Now, over the last couple of years, we've been breaking down the barriers between Win32 and UWP. We're expanding this effort even further now and finally giving it a name, Project Reunion. Today, apps generally call directly into APIs in Windows, whether they're desktop Win32 APIs or UWP APIs. With Project Reunion, we're making many of those same Win32 and UWP APIs available in a better way by unifying the existing APIs and decoupling them from the OS. This allows you to mix and match from the APIs that work best for your app and adopt new capabilities on demand. You can also unlock the latest APIs without waiting for your users to update their OS. We're going to do the heavy lifting by polyfilling gaps down level as needed, and we've already begun with APIs like WinUI 3, WebView 2, and MSIX. In fact, I'm proud to announce we have new previews of WinUI 3 and WebView 2 available today. We're also excited to see that companies like Esri, a leader in geographic software, are already actively building on these previews, and we want to invite you to join us in this transformation. To really now understand how Project Reunion works, let's see it in action. So Here I'm building a sample app for farm management. This could be any Windows project, UWP, WinForms, WPF, React Native, or C++. But I chose to use an existing desktop app. I also wanted to just update the user experience and not the underlying business logic. So all I need to do is add the NuGet packages, and the APIs are pulled from those instead of from the platform SDK. So in this specific instance here, I'll expand my packages. You'll see I have WinUI, I have WebView 2, and I have some packages here that allow me to use .NET with these APIs. Now, these packages include the same APIs as the platform SDK, so your code doesn't have to change. You also get to release the app to all versions of Windows 10 like you did before, since it is decoupled from the OS. So now let's move on and take a look at some of the changes I made to the experience in the app itself. You'll see here, when I launch it, it gives me this great animation. It'll automatically log me in, just like I expect. And then I'll go and I'll see a list of the farms that I've been working on. Click one, and you see all the details are laid out in a more productive and easier to use experience. I chose to build this with WinUI because it's one of the first Project Reunion components we're now making available decoupled from the OS. But before I go any further into the app, I want to show you the second improvement we've made so your apps can use Microsoft 365 integrations like Microsoft Search and the Microsoft Graph. Now, you'll see here I had a nice link on my desktop, easy to launch, but that is not realistic in the real world. We all use too many apps and struggle to find things. Microsoft Graph and Microsoft Search draw unique connections between your people, files, and tools. And because Search is integrated in Windows, you can find these through a familiar interface. For example, Carol showed me some information the other day in the sample farm app, but I wouldn't always remember which app or dashboard. Normally, I'd have to ask her. But now, I can just search for Carol, and the graph knows that this is the Carol I work with, so she shows up. I can see her organization, her office location, and even the files that we've been working on together. There it is, the file that we were working on that she told me about. I can click on it, and it relaunches me right back into the application at the dashboard we were looking at. All of this is because of the power of the Microsoft 365 platform, and as a developer, I didn't have to do any work to actually get this functionality. Okay, let me continue now with the updates I made to the app itself. I wanted this user experience to be productive with touch, mouse, keyboard, and pen. So for example, I can go swipe, and I'll be able to go and swipe this other one, and there you go, I can go change it. I can also go and edit the fields and use my mouse and my keyboard to be more productive when entering data. So here I can just tab around, tabs nicely. I also can get inline input validation. So for example, I'll just change the location to something that's invalid, try to hit save, it'll tell me the address is wrong. Now, a nice little feature that we've added to our number control is the ability to enter math equations. So here, if I want to go figure this out, I wouldn't have to do the math myself. And right here in line, I get the calculation. Great experience for your customers. Now let's go take a look at the code in Visual Studio here and show you just how easy it was to do that. So as you can see, I'm writing the UI layer in .NET, but more specifically, the latest version, .NET 5. However, my business logic was written as a C++ ATL COM object that I could have written 15 years ago. And I'm able to reuse it here without any modification, allowing me to focus on the user experience. That compatibility is one of the promises of the Project Reunion model. Now, to get that great swipe capability, here let me go to the stage control. And yep, I've added the swipe control, and I have two items that show up on each one of these stages. And all I had to do is I have done and start, and I have two different event handlers, here and here, and I'm done. Everything else built right into the controls. Same thing for the number control, number box. If I want to go get all that great mathematical expression, all I have to do is change one property saying accept it, and that will work. These are just some of the controls that we're releasing with WinUI that can help you quickly build a fast and productive experience. Now, there are also times when you want to use web technology so you can share code across platforms and with the browser. I'm going to head over to the Document tab here and show you that this UI on the right-hand side here is all written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it's made possible with the WebView 2 control built on the new Microsoft Edge. With WebView 2, I can even do things like click and show PDF files. So I just click on one of those cards, instantly shows up with a PDF inline here with a great experience, just like I would expect on a browser. Let's go look at the implementation for this. So I'm back here in Visual Studio. I'm going to go to my card view. And here with one line, I say I want a web view. I give it the URL. I get everything that you saw there, including all that great PDF support. Previous Windows web controls were locked to a single version of Windows. As part of our product reusing vision, WebView 2 is now decoupled from the OS, bringing the power of Edge and Chromium to the full spectrum of Windows apps.
Bravo.
Starting today, we have preview versions of the WebView 2 control available for C++, WinForms, WPF, and WinUI. We're rapidly approaching our first stable release, and several product teams within Microsoft, including Office, are prototyping with the WebView 2 previews. Now finally, let's talk about the third improvement and how you can lean into the cloud to enable new scenarios for your Windows apps with Windows Virtual Desktop, or WVD. WVD empowers remote work and education solutions for your Windows apps on iOS, Mac, Android, Linux, and of course, Windows. Let me show you how the WinUI experience in my sample app adapts when running on an iPad. Here you'll see I'm running the exact same app that I was running on my desktop before, except it's now adapted to the 11-inch iPad, so it reflows the content on the right-hand side to look more natural. I can scroll and see they have all the same widgets. I also get to use all those great swipe controls, just like I would expect before. Now, I also get the ability to use my cameras and my microphones and other peripherals, so it feels natural for me on this device. Now, WVD also allows you to benefit from the amazing scalability of Azure, so you can quickly add users and optimize your workloads. Now, because scalability is so important, we're working on a new feature we call MSIX App Attach. With this, WVD will be able to deliver apps faster, and you can better optimize costs. By adopting MSIX for Windows Desktop, the same investment will soon bring even more benefits when running your app on Azure with WVD. So today, I've shared with you just a few of the improvements we've made to Windows, directly inspired by your feedback. Please continue to work with us so that together
Slow
we
down,
can build
Dad.
the best platform for your business.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Oh man, guys, there is so much. There's so much. Oh. I think that's going to wrap it up. But let's enjoy the video. Because they're supposed to be going off to digital breakout sessions now, but I'm going to do a quick recap here for everybody so that I can put a little timestamp in the comments for everybody to jump to if they want to see it. we got day 2 tomorrow, so don't forget, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're going to do the exact same thing tomorrow for day 2 as well. More announcements coming tomorrow.
Seeing all the great things you and our developer community are going to go build next. We've covered a lot of ground in a short time. I want to thank my colleagues for joining and sharing what they're working on. So we've seen how Teams is powering remote work and learning across the world, and how you can build Teams apps to simplify and automate business processes. We've looked at how Microsoft Graph is a powerful API to your organization and how you can use it to build personalized productivity solutions. And we've examined how Fluid Framework is opening a whole new world of possibilities and how it will give us an opportunity to work together to create the future. And finally, we watched it all come together on Windows with new innovations that will help you build beautiful and productive native apps. It's an exciting lineup of new innovations, and we can't wait to see what you build with it. So to close, let's hear from a few developers who are doing some pretty amazing things with the Microsoft 365 platform.
We had a great experience building this chat integration app on the Microsoft Teams platform because of how incredibly helpful the Microsoft team was, from tech discovery all the way to the app validation process.
I really love .NET Core, for instance, and it just blows my mind that I can run C# on top of Linux without IIS in between. And you can develop console apps even on Linux or Mac and deploy them on other platforms.
It's nerd paradise to be able to focus
don't forget
on what
about
your
Xbox,
customers
guys.
need and look over
It's
there
basically
and say,
a
hey,
PC.
the tools I need
You can
to
build apps
use
for that
to
too.
accomplish these things are right here in the whole sphere of Microsoft technologies and APIs.
All right, I believe
Welcome
that's
back
going to do
to
it.
Build Live. So you've now.
I'm going to kill that one. We're going to go back over here, and we're going to kick some music on. We're going to get back to wrapping up here a little bit. So there we go. Where is my music? Come on, guys. Oh, there it comes. All right. So quick recap, and then I got to run because I got to go do PT for the shoulder. But don't forget, make sure you subscribe to the channel because we're doing this again for day 2 tomorrow. Many more announcements. If today was any indication, holy smokes, they've got some big plans. They're doing stuff. So let me run down my personal kind of recap right here that I was taking notes on like I was watching a lecture. 95% of the Fortune 500 use Azure. Take that for what you will. Azure Arc being enabled for Kubernetes, which is a big deal and something I'm going to look into a lot more. I don't know how many times I've written Teams on these 2 pages, but holy Teams, all the things Teams. 3 times the integration just in the last 2 months. The level of extensibility of Teams has grown leaps and bounds. And one of the quotes from Satya that I want everybody to kind of take home today: developers, you are in charge of what you should build, what you should improve, and what you should leave behind. I think that's one of the most powerful things I heard all day. Folding at Home saw a spike of up to 4 million contributors over the last couple of months as we've been dealing with COVID-19. Also, I'll be personally checking out Vegas Stream. If you've ever heard of Vegas, the video editor, apparently they have a streaming application as well from the company called New Blue. We saw demos of that from the San Francisco Orchestra. We had the the Imagine Cup, with Team Hollow taking it for their work on cognition and suicide prevention. Also noted Syrinx and Tremor Vision with their developments as well. The big one for me was how much Windows is starting to look like Linux and Mac in the best ways possible. We're getting the alt space for a sort of spotlight search, Windows search. Teams, the ability to transfer calls between devices from mobile to laptop to desktop and beyond. GitHub now has a mobile application for managing PR requests and more. Live spaces and code spaces, all kinds of stuff and demonstrations around that. That's going to be... Can you imagine going back to editing a document where you didn't have a collaborative interface? I can't. I certainly write, but I passed around a SharePoint URL or a Google URL to collaborate. Like, I want people to do that. Can you imagine doing that with an IDE like VS Code or Visual Studio? Fantastic. Azure Static Web Apps, now with GitHub and CodeSpace integration. This looks fantastic. I think it's going to be a game changer for the startup development and just an idea machine for somebody that has an idea and they want to go and put it into practice and develop a prototype or an MVP. Now you've got the ability to do so in a few mouse clicks. That's powerful as hell. It was a little bit glossed over, but I'm going to look more into it and maybe write up some of it as part of my AKS overview. But spot instance pricing now available for Azure Kubernetes service. I think that's a big deal. Lots of stuff we went over with Azure ML and the integrations with Spark that they're doing directly in Azure natively. Power Platform with Teams. I think this is one of the most overlooked things. I'm going to be guilty of that and put my hand up and say, I haven't spent a lot of time with Power Platform, and I want to go back and look at it more. Bots and webhooks in Teams look like they're going to be a big deal. And a lot of the reasons that I went with Discord for our tech community was for the bots and the third-party ecosystem of, tools and add-ons that you can do for Discord. But holy smokes, bots and webhooks now in Teams. And I opened up the apps little side tab in Teams while we were watching that, and the list in there, you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling, and there's so many options in there. Very, very enterprise-friendly kind of stuff as well. I literally wrote Teams. OSS Fluid Framework. They have open-sourced the Fluid Framework, announced today. Interested to see what developers can do with that to make data and more mobile between different applications, right? The Project Reunion API, I really, really want to look more into that. They snuck it in right at the end on us, and I feel like it was, a lot of the stuff today was just, here's all this stuff, drink from the fire hose. All right, we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. And it's like, Lots of research to do. We've got day 2 tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Come back and join us. I believe it's starting back up at 9 a.m. Pacific or noon Eastern. You can set a reminder directly right here on the YouTube channel. There is a upcoming live stream ready to go. But if you're subscribed, you'll get a notification, or you can just set a reminder to rejoin us again tomorrow for the stream. But I just want to thank everybody for joining us today. This has been awesome. We're going to wrap things up here, and we will enjoy the rest of Build today. There's all kinds of digital breakouts that you can head into and enjoy deep dive into some of these topics that we watched today. But thank you for joining me, guys. Make sure you get into our Data Center Dude tech community over on Discord. Make sure you subscribe to the channel here, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, guys. Peace.